Morning. I think the chapter's out. Let me reload. My girlfriend, her views on love, part 3. Okay. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, for crying out loud. The one time I don't bring my... God damn it. Give me a sec. Sorry, gotta do something. Be back shortly. Just one sec. Okay, back. Sorry. Let's buy the chapter. Let's get into this. Sorry about that. Well, in that case, I think I'd date him. Oh my god, look at Minnie. She's literally out of her fucking seat. Look at Minnie. She's literally out of her fucking seat. What a dum-dum. What a dum-dum. And yeah, blind as a bat. Can't see the truth. Damn, look at Chizuru here. God damn. That's kind of dark. That's kind of dark. That's kind of dark. Heard straight from the horse's mouth, master. Idiot. She said it. Chizuru's son herself said that she would date him. She really has made up her mind. That's good enough for me. Let's toast. What are we toasting for? It's just a hypothetical, right? At last, this moment has come. Still, now I get it. If you think about it, the fact that she kissed him but won't date him would make anyone think that she's just stringing him along. But it's actually the opposite. Master was panicking over nothing. Her serious nature makes it extra hard for her to commit to being a couple. She can't allow herself to move forward even if she's aware of her feelings. No, she's misreading the situation. And she tried to cut things off with him once already. No, she's already wrong. Regardless, she became overwhelmed after Master kept telling her how much he loved her. Literally, it's the thing I've been saying this entire fucking week. It's the thing I've been saying this entire fucking week. You think and think and think, and you don't know how to turn your stupid brain off. Regardless, she became overwhelmed after Master kept telling her how much he loved her. She listened to my suggestion, leading her to actually kiss him, and the only made her like him more. She's trying to act like it doesn't bother her, but in that grand scheme of things, she's like a middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love. Oh, inexperienced. Beyond getting swept up in Master's aggressive advances. No, because go and reread the date. Clearly, she's actually a lot more experienced than you're giving her credit for. She just doesn't know what love is, which is a very complicated fucking question. Chizuru's son is so cute. Look at her. She's literally mesmerized by her. That's all Minnie cares about. She's literally lost in the sauce. She's literally in a super literal sense lost in the sauce. Her looks clash with her innocence. It's totally unfair. Is she even real? I'm starting to think that she's too good of a catch even for Master. What a rabbit hole. Rabbit hole? Ah, like a rabbit trapped in a cage. Oh, Minnie. Oh, Minnie, what's happening here? Are you turning on your friend? What's happening here, Minnie? Are you turning on your friend? No. He's a dream. He is a dream. Kazuya is a dream. I absolutely have to see these two as a couple before I die. It's all there. It's the outcome of passion. You could say that it's the outcome of passion. I've already mentioned it to Master, but all he can do right now is raise July 11th's chance of success, even if only by a little. She's deluded. She's deluded. What he's done up until Odaiba apparently wasn't good enough. So if I ask her anything, it should be her reason for that. I guess what happened in Odaiba wasn't enough to seal the deal, huh? She closed her eyes, so she's not telling the truth. Putting it that way makes me sound full of myself. But I didn't lie, you know. It's not that I don't understand his feelings. It just didn't reach a point where I wanted to be in a relationship. Yeah, she's omitting some details, so that's where she's lying. She's omitting some details. She's not like lying. She claims that it's her problem and he did well. Well, that's the truth. She always thinks it's her fault. You're overcomplicating it. You should just date him already. I think there are some things that you can only realize after you start dating. I know that I'm no good. Uh-oh. If I start dating someone casually and I've decided to care for that person, the relationship will kind of just drag on, even if I fall out of love. I'm not trying to say that it's what's best for him. Is it the right thing to do, or is it just an ideal? I don't think anyone can say for sure. Oh, that's how she sees it. She's serious, but also scared. She doesn't get it. That's not what's happening. She doesn't get it. That's not what she's saying. Being right versus following an ideal are totally different things. What seems right to you might be evil to someone else. So, no one would blame you even if you dated him. The world is ideal because we can take everything in strides and keep moving forward. That doesn't mean it's okay to just shrug it off, does it? I'm just saying that it's ideal to never give up on thinking about the right thing to do. The thought is very like you, though. It's about accepting both and the good and the bad, right? Oh, they're starting to argue. Minnie's not listening to her. She's just arguing with her. That's just a refusal to accept failure. Failures are what make us stronger. No, that's not what she's saying. She's striving for a greater ideal. She doesn't want to settle. In the business world, it's common for failure to turn into a product that makes loads of people happy. That's not what she's saying. Failures are what make us strong. No, there's a difference between a failure making you strong and planning it so that you never fail in the first place. You're impossible to reason with, you know? I can say the same about you. You're stubborn. It's in my nature. Man, she's way too cautious. She's a woman of steel. Minnie's not... What did I tell you? What did I fucking tell you? Minnie shut her out. Minnie will not fucking listen to her. She's not talking to her. So Chizuru is shutting her the fuck out. Isn't this literally what I predicted? To Chizuru-san, she has a right way of doing things, and going against that makes her feel guilty. She can't bring herself to casually start dating him because she's thinking so carefully about the future. It also seems to me that she wants to reciprocate Master's feelings. she brings it back to the dad like an idiot because it has nothing to do with the dad. Maybe her dad has something to do with this after all. It's like if she can't be confident, then it will last forever. She can't make the jump. No, it's not about the fucking dad. It's the mom. Ugh, but that's just really hard to touch base on, obviously. Besides, he told me that he'd wait. He told me that he'd wait however long it takes until I said that I loved him. Oh no. This is what people are probably mad about. I saw some people angry about this chapter. I didn't know what it was. I just saw that they were pissed. I saw that yesterday. And I was just like, huh. And look, Minnie is so dissatisfied with this. When I go out with someone, I want to be sure my girlfriend likes me as well. Of course, I know that's an exaggeration. He can't wait forever. I'm just taking advantage of his kindness. Her eyes are wide open. She knows. Oh, look, Chizuru fucking knows. Still, I can't help but think about how nice it would be if we could both feel the same before becoming a couple. Minnie. Oh my God. So please, for just a little longer, let me take advantage of his kindness. It's this line. It's this line. I was right. Weren't we all? Wasn't I saying this from the start? Chizuru wants to be able to say, I love you. Chizuru just wants to be able to say, I love you. That's it. That's all she wants. And everybody's going to, the media illiterate dipshits are going to look at this and be like, she's taking advantage of him. She's the worst. She literally just wants to say, I love you. And the thing is, she doesn't realize she could easily say it if he fucking helped her. He's literally conditioning her to take this way because he won't fucking talk to her. No, this is not Chizuru's fault. She literally wants, visually it's conveyed to you, she wants to do it the proper way. Kazuya literally got into her fucking head, dude. He won't fuck. I'm telling, Chizuru's already in love. She just needs a little fucking help. I think she chose the wrong words to prove her point. No, she didn't. Her words are very intentional because she is taking advantage of him. And she knows it, and she hates it, and she doesn't want to do this. But he told her, essentially, keep doing this, keep doing this. You have to find your answer. I won't accept anything other than you finding your answer. And she's been conditioned by her grandmother. You're literally seeing the influence of Sayuri here. And how Sayuri kind of fucked up a little bit. Chizuru doesn't want to do this. But she thinks she wants to, because this is the ideal love. Later, try not to get hit on. Be careful. I had no idea Master said that. That sounds very like him. Chizuru's son said she was taking advantage of him, but in a way, that means she believes in him. It looks like she felt bad about it. She probably knows that I'm going to tell him about it too. Hey, cutie, you alone? No thanks. It's as if she's saying that she has nothing to hide. Minnie doesn't get... Have you noticed how Minnie's literally in shadows the whole time? There's something she's not understanding. Even that kiss stemmed from her earnestness for her research. She's an iron lady through and through. No, that's not where it came from. Kind of, but not fully. No, she's in shadow. Something's wrong here. Her dad might have something to do with it. She keeps coming back to that. But she definitely has serious doubts about even her own feelings. What has to happen for her to understand? There's always a chance she changes her mind before the date. Is it even possible for her to have doubts? To have no doubts? Then it's true love to meet her. That it's true love to melt her heart. Will he ever be able? Then it's true love. Will he ever be able to melt her heart? She doesn't get it. She's already in love, you idiot. Minnie's an idiot. We're looking... Oh my God. We were just talking about this scene. Still, she said she'd date him in the hypothetical. Plus, she wouldn't kiss just anyone. This is undeniable progress. I'll take it to my grave. I can't ever talk to her about Ruka-san. In this world, you know, most things don't even have answers. No, that's not what she says. You stumble every day, aching, troubled, facing, reflecting on those difficult choices. That's the only honest thing about life. I'm burning up. I need a bath. Whoa. No, this chapter's really, really layered. There's a lot going on. This chapter's really, really layered. There's a lot going on. I gotta turn on this. I gotta turn off this fucking. I can't understand the last few panels. You mean these? She's literally facing and reflecting on those difficult choices. That's the only honest thing about life. She's looking at her choice and reflecting on it. What's going on here? I swear to God, Minnie's making me gonna crash out. Yeah. Yeah. And look, wouldn't you know it? We came here for the Ruka thing. It never got brought up. It never got addressed. We solved one part of Chizuru. You didn't really solve shit. You actually fell deeper and deeper into the complicatedness. It sure looks a whole lot more complicated now. No, I think you're even more confused now. I bet, and I was right. Chizuru's gonna look worse. You're gonna blame Chizuru. Minnie's gonna make a lot of sense to you. Like I pretty much said this verbatim. I think I pretty much said this verbatim, like on Twitter. My guess for this chapter was like on fucking point. I can't believe I said this shit for fucking Batum. Like, I mean, I agree. Miniature's position is very unreasonable. And who forced her into this position? Who forced her into this position? Minnie is saying Chizuru is this innocent idiot who doesn't know anything about love. And yet she's actively communicated what she fucking wanted and Kazuya wouldn't talk to her. Who forced her into this position? Who has literally made her a martyr? She's literally a martyr. She is sacrificing. She knows this is wrong and she wants to give Kazuya this magical fucking ideal. Because why? Kazuya is literally dating her and he's just like, "Ayo, I'm gonna wait until you find your feelings before I do anything." He literally will not do anything unless she finds her feelings. He's literally denying her a relationship until she finds her feelings. Isn't that literally what Kazuya is doing? So what does Chizuru do? She wants a relationship. She wants to do this. He keeps waiting. He keeps not giving up. So she has to find her answer, and she thinks she has to do it alone. He's literally forcing her into this position. He is robbing her of autonomy. You're not seeing what's fucking in front of you. It's literally Kazuya. You think Chizuru's being stingy, sterny, blah, blah, blah. No, she wants to jump into this shit. She doesn't want to do any of this shit. But then she has... Seriously? Am I reconnected? It said I disconnected. Just give me a sec. Before chat explodes, just give me a sec. Did I reconnect? Am I back? Just tell me in chat really quick. So tell me I'm back. It said I disconnected. I just got a note. You're good? You're good. Okay. So no, the whole issue is that I lost my train of thought. Fuck OBS. Fuck OBS. This is what happens when you're fucking tired. Ugh, I need water. What was I saying? You said the split music about Rika bum. You just won again. Oh no, I changed my analysis. So Roman, no, that was my like guess in the first chapter. Literally like 2 days later, I literally called this entire chapter. Literally 2 days later, I called this whole ass chapter. Let me pull it up just so I can show fucking evidence. I don't want don't fucking slander me over here, you know? I can change my fucking analysis. I changed my guess and I nailed it on the fucking head. I'm really curious if Minnie's gonna Chizuru's gonna shut Minnie out next chapter. Instead, Minnie's going to focus on Chizuru's views on love, like the title. It's going to be something that people will not like, I bet, because they fooled themselves into thinking they finally get what's going on, or they're finally getting what they wanted, just like Minnie, not realizing the contradictions. And I think there's no better tell than chapter 253 and chapter 400 that is referenced in chapter 413, where Minnie suggests Kazuya and Chizuru kiss and cohab, then ends up in a fight with Chizuru, when it was supposed to be Kazuya who was fighting Chizuru. What happened in this chapter? They literally got into a fucking fight. My guess is that you think Minnie is helping, but she's making it worse. You're not going to get the result you want. You'll direct that frustration at Chizuru, not realizing it was in fact Minnie all along. She did what Kazuya wanted to do for him and led you to a false sense of security. So when you naturally don't get what you want, your confirmation bias kicks in, and suddenly we come back to it's dragging again. Chizuru can't make up her mind. It's her fault. All the crap Minnie has been saying this whole time that people eat like it's a fucking Christmas dinner. And I'm gonna be a smug fucking bitch when I'm fucking right. I'm gonna be a smug fucking bitch when I'm fucking right. look. I'm a smug fucking bitch. I'm gonna be a smug fucking bitch about this. I was fucking right. I was fucking right. Oh my god. Sorry. I didn't mean, I don't want to be like a dick about this, but I absolutely fucking called this shit. But no, literally the whole thing you're not seeing. It's in plain view. Literally, this is how the chapter starts. It is in plain view, in front of you. And what's going on? Minnie's in shadows. Minnie is trapped in her own shadows. She just can't see what's fucking in front of her. That suddenly makes the reference that suddenly makes the indirect reference to Avatar in last chapter super effective, because the iconic line from Avatar is, "I see you." Minnie doesn't see shit. She's blind as fuck. And that's why the movie's indirectly referenced, because you literally don't see. Just as you don't actually know this movie. You would need to look, think, use your brain a little bit. But you're thinking too much. So you fall into your own little fucking rabbit hole. Kazuya not acknowledging his insecurities and communicating is pushing Chizuru into her unhelpful pragmatism if they work to themselves together. No. So what Kazuya is doing is pushing Chizuru to an impossible ideal. That's what Kazuya is doing. He's pushing her to an impossible ideal, not pragmatism. This isn't pragmatism. He's literally pushing her to make some sort of insane ideal that is just literally not fucking possible. That's the issue. Chizuru is asked about Odaiba, and she said she understood her feelings, so the date was okay after all. No. She did not say this. Minnie asks about Odaiba. It's not that I don't understand his feelings. His feelings. Putting it that way makes me sound full of myself, but I didn't lie, you know. I understand his feelings. I don't know mine. It's consistent with what she said in Odaiba. She does not see her own feelings. Chizuru quite literally does not see her own feelings. Not in a way that she's not trying to, she literally can't. She looks in the mirror and doesn't know what she's looking at. She's confused because she's trapped in guilt, but she's not stupid. She's not some magical innocent girl. Chizuru isn't just some magical innocent girl. She's not that stupid. She actually has experience in romance. She's literally dated. The things she talks to Kazuya about are incredibly mature. The way she looks at romance is incredibly mature. But the thing is, she just doesn't know what she's looking at. The moment she can understand what the fuck she's looking at, she'll understand. She's not just innocent pretty girl. She's not like, she literally is mature. Minnie doesn't see the picture. She's literally in shadows. She doesn't see the picture. Well, in this case, she's not in shadows. She knows Chizuru-san is cute. That is interesting, though. Why is Minnie fully visible here? Chizuru-san is so cute. Her looks clash with her innocence. It's totally unfair. Is she even real? But she's not like that. She's protecting her innocence. It's not simply Chizuru's just some innocent girl. She's protecting that innocence because she cares about it. She's not just some innocent girl. There is an innocence. You're not wrong. There's absolutely an innocence. I've said this in the past too. There is absolutely, Chizuru is a very innocent character. She's innocent when it comes to love. Minnie's starting to see that too. But she's not like so innocent that she's completely blind to these elements of love. She is absolutely innocent when it comes to love. But she's not just blind to this shit. I think that's where I kind of somewhat disagree with Minnie. But let's go through it very carefully. I think it's incredibly intentional that you're shown Sayuri and Katsuhito in the cover. You see Sayuri later in the chapter, but oh look, the ideal of love. Aren't these two literally the ideal of love? Isn't that literally what they represent to Chizuru? And didn't they enforce these like heavy things on her? I can't really buy Kazuya being the cause of this. She's the one who proposed the investigation thing in the first place. Now, Kazuya probably reinforced that a bit. She proposed the investigation. That doesn't mean it's just all on her. She didn't say you can't fucking do anything. Kazuya got that in his own head. Reread carefully, seriously. Kazuya is the one who convinced himself she's like checking for points. She never said that, nor did she ever reinforce that. The only thing you could say she even came close to that is when he lied to her and she said, maybe don't lie when I'm investigating. She says that like jokingly in a cute way. Maybe don't lie when I'm investigating. Just saying. She never mentions points. He got that in his own head. He tricked himself. So just because she's investigating, you can't take any action? That doesn't make any sense because you were dating her before and you took action and there was no issues. It's almost like Kazuya convinced himself he can't do anything unless he's dating her. Oh, look, go back to Hawaiians. That's literally the conclusion he comes to. That's literally what he does. It completely contradicts the cheer update. He literally can do things without dating her. He literally can do stuff without dating her. But he chooses to only do it if he's dating her. And this is actively reinforced in the cohabitation. He constantly comes to this same conclusion over and over and over and over and over. Instead of just accepting, you can support each other without dating. He needs to make the date a success so she can find her feelings, so he can support her. Why can't you support her without that? Why does support absolutely hinged on the fact that you need to start dating? It is idiotic. And he doesn't get it. It's not an ideal. It's silly. It is on Kazuya. And I'm sorry if you don't see that. I really recommend you reread. The signs are all there. Everything is there in front of you. You just don't know what you're looking at. It's super simple. It is Kazuya. She wants to jump into a relationship. He's pushing away. You see it in the start of the cohabitation. She wants him to live with her. He keeps giving her the signals he doesn't fucking want to. Anyways, Kazuya really needs to spend more time with Chizuru. How's this supposed to be in love with while being apart? I know he doubts himself, but damn, he has to step up. He's not gonna step up. He's not gonna step up. Let's just clear that up. Kazuya is not going to step up. Okay, you get out. Don't ever want to see you again. Get out. Children. Read D. Gray Man. Bitch, I already read D. Gray Man. I read D. Gray Man when I was in like fucking high school. Get the fuck out. It's not even that good. Fucking get out of here. Bunch of stupid kids in my chat. Read D. Gray Man. I can't really... Okay, we already read this. So, there are ideal lovers for Chizuru, right? She's trying to make it this ideal thing, but her interpretation of love isn't that, because you've seen what her interpretation of love is. It's not quite that. My point is she's trying to achieve an ideal with pragmatism, rather than accepting the leap of faith it is. Same goes for Kazuya, hyper-focusing on work and perceived expectations. I would say it's the opposite of pragmatism. I guess you could argue there's a pragmatism in there where it's like, I can't do it unless I love him, which comes off as Iron Lady-like, but that's not what Chizuru actually wants. The problem is the Kazuya interpretation of the investigation that started in the 3-month time skip. More like the problem is the interpretation that started in the Hawaiians arc. It contradicts what he said to Sayuri. Support her even if we split up. That's how much he means to me. Yeah. His words are literally contradicting his actions. Yeah, he literally told Sayuri, I'll support Chizuru. He's fucking failing. He's literally fucking failing. Oh, yeah, fuck. Wait, hold on. No, that's not the chapter. Fuck. Come on, load. I gotta send these to Crumpy. We gotta get the translations for this chapter. How do you think this will be resolved with Kazuya stepping up? He's gonna see how much he hurt her. His actions are gonna result in him hurting her somehow. I've been kind of feeling this for a while. He's gonna hurt her somehow. The timeline he created, the bullshit he did, it's gonna result in Chizuru getting hurt somehow. I don't know how, but he's gonna realize he has not been supporting her. He has failed as a partner. He did not do the thing he promised Sayuri he would do. He failed. And he's gonna realize that, and that's when he's gonna step up. I think Ruka is gonna be another part of this. I think Ruka might be the thing he realized he failed first, and he's gonna try to save Ruka first. And it's not gonna work. He's not gonna be able to save Ruka because Ruka is too far gone. So he can't save Ruka. He's gonna try to save Ruka. He can't save Ruka. Maybe he'll try to save Mommy. Maybe Mommy is a more fitting pick, that he tries to save Mommy, but in reality, Mommy needs to save herself. Something like that. There are characters in this story that are in need of saving. Mommy needs to save herself. Ruka is trapped and Kazuya needs to free her. But he doesn't realize this and he treats her as a problem. So do you see how all these other characters are going through these things, but Kazuya can't save Ruka because he's not honest with himself. Kazuya will never be able to save Ruka because he's not honest with himself. He hates this part of himself, and he's not going to start to magically like this part of himself. So he can't save Ruka. Kazuya's desires is what will save Ruka, and I don't mean like have sex with her. I mean be honest about the fact that you feel these desires. In turn, you accept the bad part of yourself. If you accept the bad part of yourself, you can help Ruka accept her bad part of herself that she thinks is unlovable, thus freeing her, realizing she doesn't need to be in this relationship because she isn't incomplete. There's nothing wrong with her. She's not hollow. She's not missing a heart. There's nothing wrong with Ruka. Getting the 100 won't do anything. Okay? Kazuya can't do this because he does not like his dark side. He does... if there's... I'm gonna show you all the fucking times where Kazuya has dealt with his desires and hated himself for it. I'm not going to show everyone, a lot of them. It is all throughout the cohabitation. And it is what it's telling you is that, hey, look, chapter 218 mattered a whole lot because it is literally about Kazuya's self-hatred, and that self-hatred bleeds into everything. It is in everything. Kazuya really, really hates himself, and that self-hatred is what's stopping him from supporting others. Okay? Or sorry, from freeing others from their pain. I guess I'll just do 323. This is a decent one. Kazuya Kazuya is in the, what do you call it? In the DVD store place where you can rent out horny shit. I want to have sex with Mizuhara. I'm the absolute worst. It's a constant clash. He hates this part of himself. You go to the next chapter, he says it again. He really just wants this part of himself to be accepted, but how can that part of himself be accepted if he never fucking shows it? Is it wrong for me to have these feelings, Mizuhara? Not that I hate myself any less for it. Because he feels this self-hatred, he can't free Ruka. Because Ruka's whole thing is literally the bad part of herself that she does not like. He can't save Ruka, and he won't be able to save Ruka. Okay? And eventually what he's going to realize is that he's putting all of his efforts into saving all the wrong people. He needs to save Chizuru. Why? Because Chizuru is trapped because of him. Ruka is not necessarily trapped because of him. Right? Mami is not trapped because of him. Well, Ruka is kind of trapped because of him, but he can't save Ruka, but he can save Chizuru. Mami has to free herself, cause no one can save her but herself. So, it just seems like Kazuya is... How is Chizuru trapped because of him? He could also communicate if she wanted. He literally trapped her in a perfect ideal that she can't escape out of. She's tried communicating, it didn't work. She's tried communicating constantly, it literally didn't work. Go to the date. She's literally constantly trying to talk to him. He doesn't fucking talk to her. It doesn't fucking work. He literally does not open up to her unless she's in love with him. He shuts her the fuck out, but he won't give up on her, so she's literally trapped. She doesn't know what to do. And she's been essentially conditioned, I need to become a bad person. Like, I need to use him so that I can find my answer. I'm going to use him somehow so I can find the answer. Maybe the play is connected to that. The play is her trying to find her answer somehow. Literally, Chizuru is trapped because of him. She's tried communicating. And he doesn't fucking talk to her. And what is there left to communicate? She's essentially said everything she wanted to. How could she know what else to talk about? What is there left to talk about? She doesn't know what he's going through. She thinks he's fine. Besides the fact that she's using more of his time. Why is she using more of his time? Because he literally keeps telling her, I'm going to keep waiting. I'm not going to do anything. He keeps fucking waiting. Stop waiting. Love is not about waiting. Stop waiting. Go to the date. Look at the date. He's just fucking waiting. He's not doing anything. He's on a date with his fucking dream girl and he doesn't do anything. When he's leaving the house, he says, I'm going to keep waiting. He keeps waiting, not doing anything. Chizuru kisses him. He still doesn't do anything. It's almost like every time she takes action, it doesn't fucking matter. What is there to talk about? Every time she does something, it doesn't fucking matter. So she has to find her answer. That is the only fucking solution. She's literally been conditioned. The only fucking solution is to find her answer. And he's not going to fucking help her find her answer. She's tried finding the answer with him. He doesn't fucking do anything. She literally lived with him with an entire month and couldn't find her answer. What's going to magically change in her talking to him? Oh, Kazuya, I'm going to make you feel worse by telling you I still can't find my answer. What the fuck is that going to do? Right? Oh, so I'm going to talk to you and tell you, hey, I still can't find my answer. I'm going to keep you waiting. Sorry about that. What the fuck is that going to do? What is there to tell him anymore? What he doesn't realize is that he's causing this because he's putting these insane ideals on her. Why is this a thing? literally because this is all romance manga. All romance manga is, ayo, I know I love you. I love you back. I can say I love you. Oh, he confessed to me. I can say I love you. Yay. Every so many romance manga these days are just these insane ideals of just, I love you, I love you. Oh, we have a perfect relationship, happily ever after. What Reiji's saying is that you make your own ideal. And Chizuru tried to end things, he wouldn't let her end things. He's gonna keep waiting. She feels guilty. Oh, look, it's almost like guilt is the fucking problem. It's almost like guilt is the fucking problem. He's literally trapped her in guilt. He's robbed her of autonomy. She can't get out of the relationship and she can't get into it either. She's literally stuck in an infinite limbo and you think it's her fault. When it's literally him. He's trapped her in a fucking relationship. She can't do anything. She's literally stuck in a situationship because he won't fucking do anything. And Kazuya's gonna have to fucking realize that. What Reiji is criticizing here is literally romance stories and these ideals we put on these fucking romance relationships. Minnie is blind as a fucking bat. These two are literally symbols of ideal to Chizuru. They're literally a symbol of ideal to Chizuru. I gotta see what these specifically say because there's absolutely a meaning to this. I agree. He'll end up hurting the girls with the situation, which is what I thought of when I saw the line, show me what Chizuru in love looks like. Exactly. She's literally already there. Umi's blind as a bitch. That's a good catch. Someone already said there is a comparison between chapter 409 with Umi and this chapter. Here's the interesting thing about the comparison between the chapter with Umi. Umi tells Kazuya, show me Chizuru in love. Why do you need to see that? First off, why do you need to see that? Second, she's already in love, dipshit. She's already in love, dipshit. His eyes are closed because in more ways than one. His eyes are closed in more ways than one. He literally can't see Chizuru in love, even though she already is. Kibe can see it, but Umi can't, because Chizuru is so different. That must mean she's not in love yet. Not realizing Kazuya is the problem. He's literally looking at the problem, and he can't tell Kazuya is the problem, because Kazuya is Umi. Shoujo manga deal with messiness. It just tends to happen after they already date. Okay, first off, shoujo manga is not a genre. It is a demographic. There is a lot of shoujos that are action, that are bloody, that are complicated. Shoujo is not just romance. Now, if you say shoujo romance, okay. I think it's important to clear that up. Shoujo is not just romance manga. Second, yes, there are a lot of shoujo with messiness, absolutely. It's not always after they start dating. I've read a few where it's before they start dating. There's a lot of shoujos that are very complicated. The thing is, with shoujo manga is that they're dismissed as just being romance manga. But they fall into similar kinds of ideals without you even really realizing. They don't all do this. I would argue the closest thing Reiji's more so criticizing is shonen manga. I would argue a lot of this is just Reiji criticizing ideals in general, and those ideals can be present in shonen and in shoujo. It's kind of a two thing. It's in everything, honestly. You can see it in seinen, you can see it in shonen, you can see it in shoujo, you can even see it in josei. It's about the societal perception rather than the medium itself. And I would argue the medium like has these things in it. Absolutely, you're more likely to see an idealized romance, whether it be a shoujo or a shonen, in a storytelling thing, because that's what's more likely going to sell. Because we want an ideal, whereas Reiji is literally depicting an actual ideal. I actually think the situation is kind of similar to, at some point, it's kind of similar to some post dating stuff in From Me to You. I don't think I've read that one yet. But yeah, literally, Umi here is a blind bitch. He doesn't see anything. He's merely Kazuya's echo. Kazuya thinks they're super different. What's happening with Kazuya? Every time Kazuya interacts with Umi, he's literally constantly in shadows. He's blind, literally like Minnie is blind. How does it end? There is literally a separation between the two of them in the very end. They both go their separate ways. And look, by the end of it, Kazuya is in shadow. And Kazuya spills the bean about the kiss. Right? And Umi talks about the thing, and you're like, oh, this is super different. There's a comparison to be struck here between these two scenes. I just haven't fully nailed it down yet. But there's absolutely a comparison of seeing each other that is absolutely present in these scenes. 100%. The translation is done. Okay. So, page 1. Right here, this reads, if there is no play and Kazuya confesses, even if it's a what if scenario, Mizuhara said it. Okay, doesn't really tell us much. The moving reunion with your most beloved person. Ah, paradise, paradise. The reunion with your most beloved person. Oh my god. Isn't this literally what Chizuru is going through? Oh my god. Wouldn't Kazuya react like this? And they were separated and they reunited in heaven. Oh my, reunion. Oh, oh my god. The reunion will be heaven. What did Chizuru tell Kazuya? She wants the oh my god. I'm looking forward to it, July 11th. I'm looking forward to the reunion. Kazuya tells her, don't worry about me. Chizuru is like, I'm looking forward to it. Reunion. Oh my god. No, literally the whole... She's trying to become... She's trying to make Kazuya her beloved person as he is her beloved person, or she is his beloved person. It's literally an ideal. This is literally an ideal. That's the whole point. That is the point of this cover. It is an ideal. Last page. Though she doesn't have her answer yet, the only thing to do now is to think. Next time, simulation. The word for paradise is this one. Sakavati. Blissful. Realm of ultimate bliss. It is the pure land of the Buddha. Sakavati is also called the land of the blissed or Western Pure Land and is mostly known as the Mahayana Buddhist Pure Land due to the popularity of Pure Land Buddhism. So this is for the cover. Transference of consciousness at the time of death. In Chinese Buddhism, there are two views of Sarda which are most common. The view which sees Sarda as being a realm far away is a major setting discussed in the 3 Pure Land Sutras. What the fuck? Purity. Idealism. All that shit is there. Purity and idealism. Paradise, heaven on earth. Being with your most beloved is heaven on earth. Jesus. Wow. Okay. So next chapter is simulation. What is rental? What is rental but a simulation? What is rental but a simulation? And guess what? This even connects to what I said about chapter 144. Ruka has something Chizuru does not, and she doesn't even know it is happening. Ruka can say, I love you. Ruka can say, I love you. Chizuru can't. But there's another thing Ruka has that Kazuya, that Chizuru doesn't, that she doesn't know, that the whole sexual assault thing that happened. Ruka is a part of that ideal. Ruka is an underlying thing in this chapter. She literally has something Chizuru doesn't. She can say, I love you. And yet, it sure does seem like Ruka and Kazuya's relationship is kind of fucked up. Huh. I think in the same way that there's an underlying unspoken thing about Ruka, there's an underlying unspoken thing about Umi. In particular, with Umi's thing, the unspoken thing with him is that he was already rejected. And then he already saw Chizuru in love, he just doesn't fucking know. And there's that entire thing in the background that was going on that Umi's kind of trouble for Chizuru. And Kazuya doesn't know that. Just as Ruka was trouble for Kazuya and Chizuru doesn't know that. Kazuya views Umi as this person who could date Chizuru. Ooh. But Umi was actually kind of trouble for Chizuru, and Kazuya never even knows that. But he's blind just like him. Right? Now, flip that over for Chizuru and Minnie. Minnie seemingly kind of is into Chizuru and thinks Chizuru's wasted on Kazuya. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's almost like Minnie is what you think Umi is. It's almost like Minnie is what you think Umi is. Because she's literally starting to doubt Kazuya in this chapter. It's almost like Kazuya is in the dream she thinks he is. Chizuru is. It's almost like Minnie is... Kazuya is in the dream Minnie thinks he is. Chizuru is. Who's the one who looks like she's madly in love here? Who looks madly in love here? Oh, who's so caught up in the fucking sauce? She is having the best dinner of her fucking life. Look at this. Oh, I am eating some good Chizuru today. That is Minnie right now. Having the time of her fucking life. I'm starting to think she's too good of a catch even for Master. Uh-oh. Isn't this what everyone around Kazuya loves saying? She's too good for him. Oh, Kazuya doesn't fucking deserve her. She's too good for him. It's almost like Minnie secretly does not like Kazuya. It's almost like Minnie secretly already has a distrust of men. It's almost like Minnie already has a distrust of love. And Kazuya, having had that sexual relation with Ruka, just confirmed that. My, oh my, it's almost like Minnie is doubtful of love. Well, well, well. Is Minnie really such a reliable narrator? You learn so much about Minnie in this chapter, and you don't even realize. Do you think Minnie's answer is going to aim towards Chizuru. Value lover over friend over Kazuya. Yeah, so that thing. Possibly. Minnie's already betraying Kazuya. Kazuya is her friend. But there seems to be like, I don't see the Yuri baiting guys. I don't think it's Yuri baiting. Minnie already has a waifu. Or did we forget? The moment Minnie is introduced, she has a waifu. Like, straight up a waifu. Or did we forget? Minnie is very secretive about her feelings. She doesn't share them. She particularly doesn't let Kazuya look that she would pick a lover over her friend. Wouldn't that imply that Kazuya is the friend? I think Minnie is either bi or gay. I've been saying this for a while. I think a lot of people feel it. She always tries to get into Chizuru's, fucking panties. Literally tries to steal her fucking panties. Just saying, I think there's a possibility Minnie's gay. It's very possible. Because she's on a date with Chizuru here. Like, this is absolutely a fucking date. Like, the entire framing is literally she's on a date. And she's falling in love. And she's getting hella hair. I said hair because I read blue hair. She's getting hella feelings. I don't know what I was going to try to say there. I'm a little tired. I'm getting a little hungry. I might need to eat something. Hella hair. What the fuck? Wait, Minnie secretly dislikes Kazuya. Wasn't it that she does like him? I don't get it anymore. Exactly. How can you possibly understand anything when the person doesn't know themselves either? How could you possibly understand what Minnie is feeling when you don't understand, when she doesn't understand herself? Doesn't it seem really weird? She's almost like obsessed with her Oshis. It's almost like Minnie is obsessed with her Oshis, and she's catching feelings for both of them. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? It's almost like Minnie's not being honest with herself, just like Kazuya isn't. No, Kazuya is a dream. Chizuru's not wasted on him. It's almost like she's trapped in these modern delusions. These modern ideas of relationships. Didn't she steal her garments for money? She didn't steal them for money. What the fuck you on about? They were selling them, or sorry, they were giving them out as rewards. They were giving them out as rewards for the play, or sorry, for the movie. Kazuya's probably running his life marathon off screen right now. No, he's probably just going to meet Minnie. Or sorry, Sumi. Kazuya's wasting his fucking time. He's off in Delulu Land instead of just talking to Chizuru. And yeah, it seems like next chapter, simulation. Well, maybe Minnie might try. Okay, so maybe next chapter will be Minnie talking to Kazuya. We're not going to just skip straight to Sumi. That doesn't make much sense. So it seems like next chapter will be Minnie talking to Kazuya, and they're going to simulate like the situation, which wait, isn't that literally what Minnie does? She like simulates Chizuru's place in Kazuya's life. Let's see chapter 145. Okay, chapter 145. 144 was clearly relevant. It had the whole Ruka thing that was like the undertone of everything. So 145 and then 154 probably. Oh God. Oh. What are the odds that we see Sayuri? And here we are again. And this is where Kazuya gives his crazy speech. Our relationship, if someday our relationship ends, I still choose to support her for the rest of my life because that is how much she means to me. Well, Kazuya, are you doing that? What are the odds this comes back? What are the odds this comes back? And Kazuya is doing the opposite now. He's not supporting her. There's something I'd like to ask you. Okay, chapter 154 then. Okay, so that's going to be relevant somehow. 154, let's check that out. Oh my lord. It's Sumi. Oh my lord, it is Sumi. And Sumi hears about Chizuru. What if Kazuya meets Minnie and hears about Chizuru? From here on out, we're doing this as friends. Uh-oh, what if we go the opposite direction? We simulate a relationship. We simulate the real thing with Minnie. I think Sumi's gonna be like present, but not like directly. And we're gonna have some sort of connection to Kazuya saying he'll support Chizuru, even if their relationship ends. And there's gonna be a connection to Sayuri, but she's not there, just as there's clearly a connection to her here. And we already called that connection prior. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Give me a sec, I gotta eat something. Just give me a sec. I'll be back in a second. I just gotta eat something. Let me check Twitter. Okay. Yeah, this chapter intentionally makes you feel like Chizuru is a pain in the butt. It wants you to think Chizuru is a pain in the butt. It wants you to think Chizuru is at fault. That is the intention of this chapter. It is Reiji continuing to reinforce this idea that it is Chizuru is at fault. Chizuru is taking advantage of him. Chizuru is the one who's not listening. Chizuru is the one who's acting like this. And you have your own confirmation bias that will like prove that to you. Yep, that must be what's going on. So literally, this chapter like actively continues to reinforce that. Reiji wants to reinforce that. He wants you to think this. So that is why I'm just like I'm seeing past that. I'm just like I see. Nothing too crazy. I didn't sleep well. Nothing too crazy. Weird. I mean, it makes sense. It would be kind of quiet. It's late in Japan right now. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna eat some food and read your comments. I think that's a little easier. Adding to my previous comment, at the moment they think they need to deal with that alone for their deal. Most breakthroughs happened when they're aligned with aligned, I guess, Hawaiians or e.g. Hawaiians. Well, yeah, these are not like the whole point of this current arc is not to solve your problems alone. You can't. You literally fucking can't. You're not gonna solve your shit all on your own. You need people. And so Reiji is intentionally writing it as the antithesis of the movie arc, where in the movie arc they solved all their shit together, right? They pretty much solved a lot of their shit together. Here they are, literally not solving anything together. They're literally trying to deal with things alone, and it's not working. It's clearly failing. And then when someone tries to solve your problems for you, it fucking doesn't work. AKA Mini. The innocent Chizuru does here is the same as Sumi. No, it's a special Chizuru thing. It's not really Sumi's. I think there will be significant progress when Sumi shows up. I'm curious. I don't. I think Sumi will upend the narrative, but I'm not sure how. I really don't know how. I'm curious how Sumi's gonna react to seeing Kazuya. Um, I do think we might be getting a possibly big moment sometime soon. I'm just not sure when. And when I say soon, I don't mean like in a few weeks. I mean like in a couple months. I say soon as in chapters soon. So like, maybe in like some 10 chapters or something, there might be something big. But not like in a bit. 10 chapters is still a decent ways away. If Minnie turns out to have feelings for Shizuru, we're blowing up the internet for the third time. I think Minnie's bi, most likely. Which makes some sense. I think she just literally has a lot of unexplored feelings. And Minnie, like, liking both men and women makes some sense. But I've only ever seen her attracted to women and to Kazuya sometimes. Maybe like I think she's bi because she's literally catching feelings for both of them, and it's really weird. She's literally catching feelings for both of them, and it's really fucking weird. That's why I think she's more likely bi than she is just outright gay. Because she's literally living their relationships for them. She's starting to see Kazuya's appeal because she's literally rental dating him, whereas she's actually dating Chizuru. So she's just like getting all these weird feelings. And it's ironic that Minnie criticizes Chizuru's ideal, yet she clearly likes it in a lot of ways. Because she secretly wants that ideal herself. Like, Minnie criticizes Chizuru's ideal, yet she clearly likes it herself. Like, clearly she's like, oh yeah. She actually like enjoys this because she wants an ideal too. Minnie's whole thing is ideals. So she actually wants to get an ideal too. She's a hypocrite. That's all Minnie is. She's a big fucking hypocrite. You want to wait until you be your very best self in order to commit to a relationship, but there are things you can only find out when you start dating. No. She's not trying to be her best self. No. She's trying to be able to say, I love you. That's it. That's it. She's not trying to be her best self. She's just trying to say, I can love you. Isn't that what Kazuya desperately desires more than anything in the world? To be told, I love you. So what's Chizuru gonna do? Somehow try to find that answer on her own. How? I don't fucking know. You think. Okay. Let's look at this. Okay, so we said this. Right, she's in waha, everything is great. She said she's gonna date you. She said it. Chizuru-san herself said she would date him. She really has made up her mind. It's just a hypothetical, right? At last the moment has come. No, it hasn't. You see it didn't later. Like 2 seconds later, you see it didn't. Every time Minnie's shown in shadow, you literally don't get what that means. Just as right here, she doesn't get what that means. Chizuru is saying, I think I'd date him. Minnie doesn't get what that means. And again, you're intentionally shown the alcohol. Again, you're intentionally shown the alcohol before she decides this. And look at Minnie, again in shadows. Every time you see Minnie in shadows, something is wrong. Like with what she's saying or what she's seeing, whatever it is. She made up her mind. There's a whole lot of talking, right? Doesn't it sound like Minnie's just like really convincing herself in this chapter? Doesn't it literally just feel like Minnie's just convincing herself in this chapter? She's just like, it's just a hypothetical, right? Based on a hypothetical, I said yes. Nothing else. Still, now I get it. Do you? If you think about it, the fact that she kissed him but won't date him would make anyone think that she's stringing him along. But it's actually the opposite. Okay, fair enough. This is actually correct. Master was panicking over it. Okay. Yeah. This is just the truth. This is just the truth because literally she just said that. Her serious nature makes it extra hard for her to commit to being a couple. Yeah, okay. But why? See, that's the issue. These things just lack a why. She can't allow herself to move forward even if she is aware of her feelings. She's not aware of her feelings. That's incorrect. Remember, Minnie is spewing a whole bunch of nonsense, and some of it is true, and some of it isn't. And she tried to cut things off with him once already. Regardless, she became overwhelmed after Master kept telling her how much he loved her. No, she didn't just become overwhelmed. That's incorrect. That's her own assumption. That's incorrect. She didn't become overwhelmed after Master kept telling her how much he loved her. She became overwhelmed, and she literally said this, because Kazuya literally kept not fucking exiting the relationship or deciding what the fuck he wants to do. She listened to my suggestion, leading her to actually kiss him, and that only made her like him more. No. It just opened the floodgates to her feelings that were locked deep inside, and she doesn't know why she's reacting like she's reacting. No. Chizuru's eyes are literally closed when she's saying this, meaning Minnie's literally mischaracterizing her. She's trying to act like it doesn't bother her, but in the grand scheme of things, she's like a middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love beyond getting swept up in Master's aggressive advances. No. She's not a middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love. That's nonsense. She's trying to act like it doesn't bother her. Correct. You're right about that. You're wrong about your conclusion. It's so funny. She makes some correct analysis, and her conclusion is just completely fucking wrong. That's just Minnie. That's so funny. Literally, she's straight up wrong. Like, she's not a middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love. No, she knows a decent amount about love. She just doesn't know what love is. She knows stuff about love. She literally just doesn't know what love is. Beyond getting swept up in Master's aggressive advances. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Has Kazuya actually done much? Has Kazuya actually been aggressive? At all? Has he? Not really. But when Chizuru keeps talking, that reinforces that belief to you, doesn't it? Except Chizuru doesn't just get swept up by what he says. Not really. It's ironic. I think she's getting more swept up in Minnie's aggressive advances. I think it's more accurate to say Chizuru's getting swept up in Minnie's aggressive advances, not Kazuya's. I think it's a little more accurate to say that. That makes a little more sense. And not because she's a middle schooler, but because she's just lost. And she literally told you, I was lost earlier. So it's like a combination of like some correct assessments and some nonsense. And I think you're meant to be bombarded with a whole bunch of fucking words, and it's meant to look stupid. You're meant to be confused. You want to believe Minnie is correct. You're meant to be confused. So Reiji bombards you with words, and things being said because it's not meant to make sense. I think Chizuru knows about relationships, but not the feeling of love. Yes. I said, yeah. I think that's a fair-ish assessment. She doesn't know about the feeling of love, but she does know about relationships. So that doesn't mean she doesn't know anything about love, because relationships is a part of love. Plus, she knows she loves Grandma Sayuri. She knows she loves Nagomi. She knows she loves Kazuya's family, but she doesn't know if she loves Kazuya. Why? If she can know these things, why can she not know her feelings for Kazuya? So that already tells you she's not just some idiot who doesn't know anything about love. It's not a correct assessment. Chizuru's eyes are literally closed. Minnie doesn't really see her here. Chizuru's son is so cute. Lost in the sauce. Absolutely lost in the fucking sauce. Now, there is some correct assessments here, but I don't think all of it is correct. I think you're meant to be like kind of confused. Her looks clash with her innocence. It's totally unfair. This is somewhat true. They don't actually clash. I would say they complement, but Minnie thinks they clash. Right? Minnie only sees looks. So she thinks those two things clash when they actually go in tandem with one another. Is she even real? And I bet people will see this and be like, oh my god, Reggie! I'm starting to think that she's too good even for Master. Oh, look! Yeah, this bullshit. I've already mentioned it to Master, but all he can do right now is raise July 11th chances of success even only by a little. Shadow. Literally trapped in her own shadow for an entire fucking page. What he's done up until Odaiba apparently wasn't good enough, so if I ask her anything, it should be her reason for that. Did you notice how Minnie never checks about the Ruka thing? Right? She convinces herself Chizuru is just some innocent pretty girl who's so out of her depth she could never handle Ruka. When, in reality, if she actually found out about Ruka, there's more likely of a chance to resolve and understand her feelings. Why? Because Chizuru literally compares her love to Ruka's, and Ruka screaming her love out loud. Literally, you don't realize Ruka is the answer. If Minnie had actually mentioned Ruka, it might have been the answer. She doesn't mention the one thing she should say. She does not mention the one thing she should say. And if you go to chapter 144, what happens? Ruka shows up, and she has something Chizuru doesn't, and then Chizuru tries that thing, being like saying Kazuya's name, and wouldn't you know, Chizuru reacted and felt something. So it's almost like if Chizuru tried the thing Ruka does, she might find an answer. I guess, and I think that's something you can mirror with Umi, where with Umi, Kazuya actually did the things that Umi said and didn't realize it. And if he noticed that, he would have found his answer to why Chizuru is acting like she does. But he never clicks for him. So there's that mirror between those two scenes. The answer is in plain view. You just don't notice it. Is Kazuya not that great of a guy that I think he is? Kazuya is a great guy. Who he is right now is not a great guy. Kazuya is a great guy. And that great guy comes out a lot. But he's also currently who he is not a good person. Who Kazuya is right now is not a good person. Kazuya is a great character. For most of Rent a Girlfriend, he is. I would say for even in chapter 383, he's a great guy. But he is not paying attention to the bad things that he's doing. Kazuya is a great guy, but at the moment he's not, because he's not himself. He's become someone else. He's a completely different fucking person. Kazuya is a great guy, just not. The problem is you're trying to idolize him. This is a trap a lot of people fall into. They idolize characters. They either need to be good or they need to be bad. It just feels like he's abandoning Chizuru, and he kind of is. Yeah, you think Chizuru is abandoning him. It's literally the other way around. He literally is. The thing is about characters is that when you try to idolize them, you refuse to see the reality of them. Kazuya is both a great guy and a terrible dude at the same time. It's both. Because put in a position where Chizuru is hurt, he'll step up. He will. But he needs to actually see that. And because he doesn't see himself, he won't notice that's happening. He's literally lost in his own fucking world. And he doesn't see how he's robbing other people of autonomy in his choices. Okay, so let's continue reading. I'm gonna hold off for a sec. When meeting Sumi on June 17th, 1 month after the Joy Polis date, you think he finds out what he did wrong on that date. It's very possible. The Joy Polis date, the Odaiba date, was on May 17th. He got his idea from Sumi. Suddenly, he's meeting Sumi on June 17th? What are the fucking odds? What are the fucking odds? The person who inspired this entire date is now the person he's meeting literally an exact month later. What are the odds? That's insane. That's wild. That doesn't just happen. That's insane. So there is intentionally a comparison being struck between Odaiba and Sumi. There's a reason. So absolutely, they're going to be connected somehow. I don't know if Kazuya is going to magically find out what he did wrong, but they are connected. Sumi is the actual answer. Minnie is not. Minnie can't give answers. She can just try to push. That push can be positive or negative. Let me continue reading here for now. I guess what happened in Odaiba wasn't enough to seal the deal, huh? Okay, Chizuru closes her eyes here. Putting it that way makes me sound full of myself, but I didn't lie, you know. It's not that I didn't understand his feelings, it's just that it just didn't reach a point where I wanted to be in a relationship. She's lying. Oh my god. She actually wants to so this is all a lie. Let me clarify. Putting it that way makes me sound full of myself. I was full of myself. I thought things were going great. I'm a terrible person. I didn't lie, you know. There were things she omitted. Reiji even said this. In the date, everything Chizuru said wasn't a lie. Everything Chizuru said was not a lie. There were things she omitted. There were certain things she did not say. Omission is still a lie. So she did lie. It's not that I didn't understand his feelings. She doesn't understand his feelings. She didn't doubt his feelings, she doesn't understand them. It just didn't reach a point where I wanted to be in a relationship. That is somewhat true. But she just didn't find her answer. Not the point where she didn't want to be in a relationship. She does want to be in a relationship. Every single thing she just said is a lie. Okay, I was wondering. Because I was confused. I'm like, this made some sense initially. When I first read it, I was just like, wait, this doesn't make sense. And then now I'm rereading it again. I'm like, oh, okay. And she just doesn't want Minnie to go and tell that to Kazuya and give him the wrong idea. That's why she's lying here. She doesn't want Minnie to go and tell Kazuya and give him the wrong idea. Because she will. Minnie will. She claims that it's her problem and he did well. This is true, but Minnie's in the dark. She doesn't get it. Chizuru does think it's her problem. What she doesn't realize, it is Kazuya's problem, just not how you think it is. Okay. You're overcomplicating it. You should just date him already. I think there are some things that you can only realize after you start dating. Chizuru agrees. That's the bad part. Do you want me to show you proof Chizuru agrees? That's the problem. Minnie is also her mirror. Minnie is also her mirror and doesn't notice and doesn't get it. Just as Kazuya and Umi are mirrors of each other and they don't get it, Minnie and Chizuru are in some ways mirrors of each other and they don't get it. Because they seem so different. They seem just so inherently different. Okay, chapter 319, right? This is a few chapters after Kazuya asked Chizuru out. Literally listen to what Chizuru says. I understand why Minnie-chan would say that, but I can't live up to his can I live up to his expectations? Okay, expectations. Expectations. Please remember that word, expectations. I really don't know how I feel about that. I can't make up my mind. Of course I want to go because I was asked by him, but does that make it love? What should I tell Ruka-chan? I don't think I'm completely innocent or anything, but will things really work out if I start dating him before I understand my feelings? It's like she wants to. What if this date doesn't go well? What if he loses feelings for me? He didn't lose feelings. Don't be stupid. You're afraid he's going to lose feelings for you. Okay. Doesn't that seem like she's worried about her mom? That, like her mom, Kazuya will lose feelings for her. That she's too much. That she's a burden. He's already been on tons of dates. This is nothing different. Minnie compares this to her dad. It's not her dad, it's her mom. Okay. So so I just showed you proof. Chizuru does somewhat agree that, yeah, I want to date him before then. Chizuru says, I know I'm no good. She can't do that, and she believes it's her fault. She can't do that even though she wants to, and she believes it's her fault. I know I'm no good. Oh, poor thing. If I start dating someone casually and I've decided to care for that person, the relationship will just kind of just drag on, even if I fall out of love. I'm not trying to say that it's what's best for him is the right. Well, I'm not trying to say that it's what's best for him. Is it the right thing to do, or is it just an ideal? I don't think anyone can say for sure. Okay, this page has a lot of... I'm not trying to say that it's what's best for him. Is it the right thing to do, or is it just an idea? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to have Crumpy look at this page. I'm going to have Crumpy look at this page in the Japanese. Something is weird about it. Come on, reload. Okay. Crumpy, good sir. For the page on the right, what does Chizuru say? I know I'm no good. Because what Minnie said makes perfect fucking sense. I'm not trying to say that it's what's best for him. Is it the right thing to do, or is it just an ideal? I don't think anyone can say for sure. Minnie says that's how she sees it. She's serious, but also scared. She doesn't get it. Why doesn't she get it? Okay, let's look at this carefully. I know that I'm no good. If I start dating someone casually and I've decided to care for that person, the relationship will kind of just drag on. Even if I fall out of love. Why will it drag on? If I start dating someone casually and I've decided to care for that person, the relationship will kind of just drag on. She doesn't want to date casually because she'll care about that person, and the relationship will just keep going even if she falls out of love. So she's saying I won't be able to give up on the relationship because I started dating them? Even oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. Oh, she's literally saying, I don't want to date him and keep staying in this relationship and keep like, what is it? Like, because like if I'm going to date someone, I'm going to care about them a lot, but then I'm going to fall out of love and it's just going to drag on and I'm not going to be serious about it. I want to be serious about it. So she's saying, I want to make sure I'm in love so that way I'm serious about it. But she's lying here. She already wants to be in a relationship. But she's trying to make sure she's serious because she's convinced she's not serious, just like her mom. When in reality, she is serious and she doesn't realize how serious she is. Minnie misunderstands this as she's serious but also scared. She doesn't understand how she's scared. She doesn't realize this isn't quite how Chizuru sees it. This isn't the full truth. She's presenting it to you in a very particular way, and Minnie can't tell when Chizuru is not telling the truth. She's trying to be the antithesis. She's not trying to be her mom. She's trying not to be her mom. She's trying not to be her mom. So when she says, I'm not trying to say it's what's best for him, or is it the right thing to do, or is it just an ideal, I don't think anyone can say for sure. She is trying to do what's best for him. That's what she's saying. She is trying to do what's best for him. And she doesn't know if what she's doing is just being idealistic or the right thing to do. She can't make a solid argument against Minnie because she agrees with Minnie. But she's trying to convey to her that she's a little lost and she doesn't know what to say. So what Minnie does is not help Chizuru, she just counters her argument. It's just, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right. That's not how you talk to someone. This is just, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right. That's not how you talk to someone. Being right versus following an ideal are totally different things. Are they? What seems right to you may be evil to someone else. So no one would blame you if even if you dated him. That's not what Chizuru cares about. She doesn't care about being blamed. She literally just said, I'm no good. She already perceives herself negatively. She doesn't care what others think. She cares about what Kazuya feels. The world is ideal because we can take everything in stride and keep moving forward. It's not just about, no. That seems silly. That seems silly. This isn't what Chizuru was talking about. What Chizuru was saying is that she doesn't know if her choices are correct or not. Minnie judges her choices purely on the perception of others. That's not what Chizuru cares about. What Chizuru cares about is if her choice is good enough for is the right choice for Kazuya. That's why she says, I'm not trying to say it's what's best for him. She's trying to find out what is best for him. Not what others perceive it as. It doesn't matter what other people perceive the answer to be. What matters is do you believe it's the right thing to do? And Minnie kind of misunderstands that as, okay, what about the perception of others? That's kind of Minnie's argument. That's why Chizuru doesn't like that. She doesn't like this idea that just because I'm not going to be judged for what I'm doing doesn't mean it's okay. That's why Chizuru reacts like this right here. Just because others are not going to judge me negatively for what I'm doing, it doesn't mean making this choice is okay. I disagree with that. That is a stupid take. And I believe that too. I agree with Chizuru. I believe that just because other people are not going to judge you poorly for doing something because their perception of it isn't necessarily negative, it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. It's literally, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. She's wrestling with duty slash inner desire. Right? It's literally she's wrestling with duty and desire. And that's the thing. Chizuru wants to do the right thing. I wrote about this. I wrote like very detailed thing about this where I'm not going to read all of it. I'll just read you the opening part. Kazuya was raised spoiled. Chizuru wasn't so privileged. When we get flashbacks to her childhood, we often see Sayuri teaching lessons of morals and right and wrong. This instilled a strong sense of self in Chizuru, but it also left her lost and confused when it comes to morally gray topics. Kazuya said as much before. Chizuru is hard on herself and kind to others. She always tries to do the right thing, even to her own detriment. When she doesn't or can't, the guilt eats away at her. She always blames herself when things go wrong, even when it isn't her fault. So that's definitely a thing here. Chizuru is wrestling with duty and desire, and Minnie is just like, just follow your desire. No one's gonna judge ya. That's pretty much what she said, and Chizuru hates that because what she's arguing is essentially exactly what her mom did. That's why Chizuru just disagrees with Minnie super hard here. That's why Chizuru reacts like she does. She doesn't like that. That's why Chizuru reacts reflexively like this. Because she wants to give in to her desires, but she's like, no, I don't want to do that. That's why she reacts like this. This doesn't mean it's okay to just shrug it off, does it? I'm just saying that it's ideal to never give up on thinking about the right thing to do. Minnie is just like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about doing the right thing. Just toss away your morals and do what you think is best. That's stupid. You need a balance between the two. Minnie literally does not face the consequences of her actions. So this is literally the argument and like literally the basis of Minnie's character. She never faces the consequences of her actions, so it doesn't matter what I do. Because somebody will perceive this correctly and somebody won't. And that's the thing. Literally, you go to this in today, like go online and see how many like YouTubers do genuinely heinous shit, but some people don't perceive it badly. Does that mean it's not bad? Some people don't perceive it badly. They still have an audience. They still have a following. Does that mean it's not bad? Does that make it okay to act like this? Does that make it okay to do that kind of stuff? Just because there will be people who, because it's subjective, because it's all about perspective, does that make it okay? The thought is very like you, though. Yeah, Minnie, this is just like you. Again, literally not what Kazuya says. It's about accepting both the good and the bad, right? You have to strike a balance. That's just a refusal to accept failure. No, it's not. Minnie just takes her argument at face value. I just don't want to give up on something that's important to me. That's just a refusal to accept failure. No, it isn't. In the business world, it's common for failure to turn into a product that makes lots of people happy. Why is it about... So it's a product. Okay, if you're here for best chapter in a while, the plot moves, you're not getting it. you're not getting it. The plot is not moving how you want it to. You have completely misunderstood the fucking plot. This was already happening. Nothing actually moved. You literally tricked yourself into thinking something is moving. Nothing is actually moving. Anywho. Failures are what make us stronger. Yeah, I know that. There's a difference between a failure making you stronger and planning so that you never fail in the first place. Chizuru is correct. There is a difference. But that's not what Chizuru is saying. Chizuru is just trying to say, I don't want to fail him in the future. I don't want to get into a relationship, fall out of love, and then just keep caring for him when I'm not serious about him. That's what she's saying. Do you see how the argument seemingly devolved? We lost the plot. We literally lost the plot. We were talking about something and Minnie just needs to be correct. Minnie has to be correct. She doesn't fucking get what Chizuru is going through. She has to be fucking right. She uses logic. This is literally the failures of relationships. What you're seeing here is literally the failures of relationships. A lot of issues in relationships tend to devolve to this problem. People need to be right. So in your relationship, what you're going to try to do is you're going to prioritize being right over the person's feelings. And what tends to happen is that because you so desperately need to be correct, which is what Minnie is trying to do, instead of reasoning with Chizuru, which then pushes her to try and be correct, the relationship falls apart and there's no point to the argument. You've missed the plot. You're impossible to reason with. Right when we get to that point, you're impossible to reason with, you know? I can say the same about you. You're stubborn. It's my nature. Yeah, I'm stubborn. I'm sticking to this. Fuck you. Man, she's way too cautious. She's a woman of steel. She's not being cautious. You literally made her retreat. She thinks Chizuru is being cautious. You made her retreat. You made her become a woman of steel. You don't get it. She doesn't get it. She's in shadow. She doesn't fucking get it. To Chizuru's son, she was right. She has a right way of doing things. And going against that makes her feel guilty. Okay, that's kind of what I said. She can't bring herself to casually start dating him because she thinks she's so careful about the future. Yes, but why is she so careful about that? This is what's missing here, the clear why. Chizuru shut Minnie out, and Minnie doesn't get it. Chizuru shut Minnie out, and Minnie doesn't get it. All right? You're seeing Chizuru from the lens of Minnie, who does not see her clearly. You're literally seeing it from the lens of Minnie. You're intentionally showing Minnie here. You're seeing it through the lens of Minnie. She seems way too cautious. She has a right way of doing things. Minnie disagrees that this is the right way to do things, right? She doesn't believe this is the right way to do things, but she literally pushed her into this right way to do things. Doesn't realize she's doing this. And going against that makes her feel guilty. Yes. Why does she feel guilty? Why does she feel guilty? In fact, is this actually about guilt? Is this actually about guilt or something else that she feels she's using him? It's almost like Minnie is a fucking idiot. She can't bring herself to casually start dating him. Oh, she wants to. Oh, no. She wants to. She's not doing it because you guys have fucking conditioned her she can't. And that she'll make the same mistake as her mom. Because that's not true love, right? Because she's thinking so carefully about the future. Why is she thinking so carefully about the future? Because she doesn't want it to be like her past. It also seems to me that she wants to reciprocate Master's feelings. Why is she in shadow here? This seems obvious. It also seems to me that she wants to reciprocate Master's feelings. Why is she in shadow here? She doesn't just want to reciprocate his feelings. No, it's not simply she wants to reciprocate Master's feelings. She doesn't just want to. She needs to. She wants to reciprocate Kazuya's feelings. No, there's more to this. It's not just simply reciprocating Kazuya's feelings. There's more to this. One, it's not simply just reciprocating his feelings. She wants to find her answer. To say, I love you. Okay, that's one part of it. Two, she's not getting into a relationship because of that. She thinks like that is the right thing to do. And it's not simply reciprocating his feelings. She wants to be able to say, I love you, so that she can be sure that she'll stick in the relationship. She's not going to fail in the relationship. She's not going to fail him. Maybe her dad has something to do with this after all. It's like if she can't be confident that it will last forever, she can't make the jump. No, that's not it. She wants to make the jump, but she's afraid she's not going to make it last. Okay, it seems like I really have to make that video about Minnie completely misinterpreting Chizuru's character. Jesus Christ. It seems like I really got to make that. Yeah, so this isn't about this is not about Chizuru's dad. She's not afraid to make the jump because of Kazuya, she's afraid to make the jump because of herself. And Minnie makes her retreat more into herself, not realizing this is the case. But that's just really hard to touch base on, obviously. No, it's not. Chizuru's right there. You could just ask her. There's nothing to reciprocate at the moment. No. That's not it. No. That's not it. That's not it. I already explained it. It's not that she doesn't want to reciprocate his feelings. It's that she thinks she needs to. And in particular, she wants to be able to say, I love you, so that she can prove to herself, like she can be confident she's in love with Kazuya, so that she doesn't bail on him. Minnie thinks Kazuya's going to bail on her. Minnie thinks Kazuya is going to bail on her. It's the opposite. Chizuru's afraid she's going to bail on him and not be serious about him when she already is serious and cannot see how serious she is. She doesn't see how in love she is because she doesn't know what love is. So when she looks in the mirror, she can't tell. Okay. This part's interesting. He told me that he'd wait. He told me that he'd wait however long it takes until I said that I loved him. Look at her. She does not like that. She doesn't like that. Look at Chizuru. She doesn't like it. She hates that he's waiting. And look at Minnie. You can feel the jaded disappointment in Minnie's face. You can feel the jaded disappointment in her face. Oh, look at that. Both are unhappy with this. Like, Chizuru clearly doesn't like this. And she sees Kazuya. But look at Minnie. Like the way Reiji draws Minnie here is just so disappointed and so done and irritated. And that's literally, I think, the readers. When the readers read this, they probably thought to themselves, God, she is using the fact that he's waiting for her. That's how they're interpreting it. You're not seeing Chizuru. Just as Minnie is in shadows, she's not seeing Chizuru. He did say that, though. When I go out with someone, I want to be sure that my girlfriend likes me as well. Of course, I know that's an exaggeration. He can't wait forever. I'm just taking advantage of his kindness. She's aware. Still, I can't help but think about how nice it would be if we could both feel the same before becoming a couple. Minnie is in shadows, doesn't see what this actually means. And yet, that's not what's happening. What has Reiji been consistently doing? Shattering these ideals. And you know the irony is? They do both feel the same way about each other already. And Minnie can't see that. And Chizuru can't see that. She wants to see that, but she can't. They already do feel the same way about each other. Chizuru just can't tell. Because she doesn't know what love is. So, when she looks down and says this, she's trying to look up and say this. If you could both feel the same before becoming a couple. Minnie doesn't get this. She likes the ideal, but she also doesn't get it. So please, for just a little longer, let me take advantage of his kindness. And I love how Reiji depicts her. So this is kind of like how you place the plate correctly. Like when you place the spoon and the fork in that way. And yet look at everything around it. Do you see kind of like the mess around the plates, right? The plate, you finish the plate and you're putting it correctly, but everything around it is a mess. I think there's a kind of a visual symbolism here where Chizuru's trying to do it the proper way, and yet it literally looks like there's blood. It literally looks like the tools she's using are bloodied. Like she thinks she's killing something, or she's terrible for this. And you see like the mess around her. I think the framing of this panel is very intentional, especially considered it's skewed to the side. Rather, it's not straight. Her hands are straight, but the panel is not straight. The panel is like literally tilted to the side. So literally, it's meant to show how things are kind of a mess, right? She's trying to do it the proper way when everything around it is a mess. Everything is already a mess, but she's still trying to do it the proper way. I think that's the point of this panel. She's trying to do it the proper way, but everything is the mess. Later, be careful. Try not to get hit on. Try not to get hit on. Proceeds to get hit on immediately. Immediately gets hit on. Literally 2 seconds later. she gets hit on. I had no idea Master said that. That sounds very, very like him. Yeah, and Minnie, oh my god, Minnie didn't know Kazuya said he would wait. Minnie, oh my god, wait. How did I not process this? Minnie didn't know Kazuya said he would wait forever. And this is an ideal she almost likes but feels disappointed in. Because she doesn't want to wait forever. Minnie doesn't want to wait forever, but this is also an ideal she kind of likes. That sounds really fucking romantic. I also noticed like a big thing is like Minnie progressively blushes more and more as Chizuru talks more and more. Did you notice that? So by this point, look at how much she's blushing. Look at her double blush here. Look at Chizuru talk, and look, there's more and more blushing. It's so romantic. What Chizuru is describing is so romantic to Minnie that she can't even argue. It's so romantic to Minnie, she can't even argue. It's so perfect. It's so beautiful. She can't even argue. And she doesn't see the problem in front of her eyes. Minnie is us. Minnie is literally the voice of the readers. That is literally Minnie's character. She is the voice of the readers, and we're idiots. Okay. Chizuru's-san said she was taking advantage of him, but in a way that means she believes in him. It looked like she felt bad about it. Oh, we walked in here thinking that she would tell Minnie would tell Chizuru about Ruka. It's the opposite. Minnie learns she could never tell Chizuru about Ruka because she believes in Kazuya that much. And Kazuya just failed her, didn't he? What it was literally like one of the people on Twitter said to me, what if it's Minnie who learned something? What if it's Minnie who learned something about Chizuru? Just as when Umi showed up, you thought we were going to learn some big, deep, fucked up secret. In reality, it's the opposite. Umi learned something about Kazuya. It's the flip. Umi's here to learn something about Kazuya. Here, you think, oh no, Minnie's going to reveal the big Ruka secret. It's the opposite. She's going to learn something about Chizuru. That something is going to reinforce to her to never, ever tell Chizuru the truth. I think Chizuru's playing too many games. Chizuru's not playing games. Minnie is. Kazuya is. Chizuru is not playing any games. I'm assuming you just came in here. You haven't really been paying attention. You just kind of came in here right now. This chapter is intentionally reinforcing to you your beliefs, your own confirmation bias, that Chizuru is using Kazuya and playing a whole bunch of games. In reality, it is the complete opposite. It is Minnie playing games. It is Kazuya playing games. They have been reinforcing to Chizuru how she needs to go back into her bad habits that she doesn't actually want to do. Actively reinforcing these things to her, not realizing what's actually going on. Yeah, because Chizuru believes in him. Oh no, you can never tell her now. Okay, so let's see for this portion. She probably knew that I'm going to tell him about it today too. It's as if she's saying that she has nothing to hide. No, she actually hid a lot, as we pointed out. Chizuru actually hid a lot. Because she can't say what she wants. She's not allowed to. Even that kiss stemmed from her earnestness for her research. She's an Iron Lady through and through. She's not an Iron Lady. Okay. I'm gonna read you traits. Okay. I think this is it. People aren't noticing how we're seeing both Kazuya and Chizuru alone a lot. Chizuru most prominently. She's not connected to anyone except for Minnie, who's clearly not a good influence. Kazuya, who reached out and helped her, is also isolating. We see Kazuya almost systematically isolate his connections with others under the guise that he needs to date Chizuru first, and it's clearly not working. Their support created this isolation in their actions, but Kazuya also chose to isolate Chizuru and himself, slowly spiraling. The cohabitation showed us how nice a support network is, and now it is intentionally removed, and we see all the darkness of the 3 months return, for it wasn't ever addressed. Chizuru never overcame the anxiety around her grief and love. Kazuya never faced himself, and he was distracted. Suddenly, these events are recreated, and Minnie, instead of solving it like before, perpetuates the cycle, almost pushing them in her incessant need to make them move, ignoring all of their struggles in favor of the relationship. It shows how even support can be a bad influence when they too have unresolved traumas, as Minnie wears her own mask that she needs to validate her beliefs. This makes Minnie an enabler to Kazuya's people-pleasing while framing Chizuru as a controller, when in reality, she is forcing Chizuru into the role of the martyr. We can best see this in chapter 413, when Minnie essentially forces Chizuru to be the bomb diffuser by treating her as a bomb, literally saying, if I press the wrong buttons, she'll explode, not considering how invasive she is with Chizuru and pinning the weight of it all on her. So Chizuru takes on the role because Minnie made her. Then Minnie takes that leverage and uses it to validate her own beliefs instead of recognizing she created this, much like how she got Chizuru and Kazuya to drink their depression away, something Reiji even references in chapter 413. Minnie literally got Kazuya to drink when he was vulnerable. She saw him collapse from this when the three of them went out drinking, and still she thought it was a good idea to bring alcohol to so Kazuya can tell her what happened instead of just talking to him. Something, again, also referenced in 413. It's almost like Minnie facilitates their lack of their lack of conversation, as if she takes over the role so they cannot speak to each other. And it makes sense. Kazuya talks to Minnie the whole time, but not Chizuru. Chizuru didn't want to talk to Minnie at first, yet now she almost needs to. Chizuru is so desperate she's willing to talk about the kiss, something she clearly wanted to stay just between Kazuya and her. Yet now she is willingly telling Minnie because she is so lost and confused. And instead of helping her, Minnie asks her how it felt and checking hypotheticals, literally arguing with her in this chapter. Do you see how Minnie is literally enabling their worst tendencies? How in many ways she is fueling their isolation? You can see in chapter 390, Chizuru is literally talking to her friends. Minnie drags her into a room and isolates her as she starts screaming at her and says she's a bad person. In 322, we see Kazuya talk to his actual friend Kuri, who gives him some solid advice. Make a move. Chizuru was maybe waiting for one. They are way past the 3-date rule. In contrast, Chizuru is seen with her friends talking about a similar topic, how making a move is attractive. Chizuru blushes. Kazuya is afraid to trust this advice, and what does he do? He isolates. Now, let's get to Minnie a little further. Minnie is hanging out with Kazuya while Chizuru is at home alone. Kazuya doesn't get any answers from Minnie. He finds the answer himself, in particular from his outing with Sumi. It is as if Minnie can't give answers, merely a push. But what if you keep pushing in the wrong direction? What if our over-reliance stops us from making our own choices? When Kazuya talks to Chizuru the next day, Chizuru asks where Minnie is because Minnie took Chizuru's charger. This mirrors what Kazuya tells her. He was out with Minnie. In that sense, didn't Minnie also take Kazuya from Chizuru? While Chizuru was home alone, Kazuya was out with Minnie. This leaves Chizuru conflicted. She is jealous, but does she have a right to be? She wants to ask directly, but feels she can't. She tries asking Minnie, but now she feels stupid because she wants to know, but doesn't want to make a scene about it, sitting with her pants down. Chizuru feels stupid for just wanting to know because they're just friends. Then consider how Minnie will make a big deal about it and tell Kazuya if Chizuru asked, so Chizuru can't ask her in peace. Suddenly, Chizuru doesn't take action when she should have and wanted to, when it should have been normal to do so. See how Minnie is a destructive force in the relationship for them, fueling their worst traits that they don't want to do, while they think she is helping. Making Chizuru isolate when she does not want to, and pushing Kazuya's over-reliance on her rather than all his other connections. This leads Kazuya to ultimately take her word as gospel, literally placing her next to Kami-sama and Buddha, where before he would say that to something like Joy Polis. Chizuru, in contrast, is so alone and wants to see Kazuya, but she doesn't want to get in his way, so she talks to Minnie. This all seemingly spiraling to a moment of a total low, a drop so bad that not talking to each other makes them realize that it all led to this. Chizuru in hiding so much from Kazuya made him confused. She needed to let him get hurt. Kazuya, in running from the truth, needed to realize he was lying to himself about so much. He tricked himself into creating a make-believe Chizuru that judges him when she doesn't. He knows something happened with mommy. But never asked. He lives with Chizuru, but acted like she would reject him at any moment. Anyways, kind of wanted to convey it. Do you think by next month Chizuru and Kazuya are going to meet? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if we'll see Sumi next chapter. That's what I'm curious about. Simulation seemingly nods to Sumi, because dating rental is simulation. But I don't know. I don't see Chizuru talking to Sumi. Maybe we see Sumi simulating what talking would be like? Or maybe Kazuya simulates it? Simulation could also be relevant to the Odaiba date. Yeah, I'm really not sure where to go, but it seems like this is where the sequence between Chizuru and Minnie ends. Okay, so let's read this portion. Even that kiss stemmed from her earnestness. So what Minnie does here is reinforce super, super hard that Chizuru is super earnest, super innocent. Oh, what a beautiful little baby child. And what's going to happen is she's going to be like, Kazuya can never tell her about Ruka, which is such a problem. You went from keep it a secret to never tell her. Never, ever tell her. And literally, Minnie made it worse. Gave her the armor to be the Iron Woman again. More like she forced her to wear it. Funny how, it's funny. Minnie actively tells Kazuya, you broke through the armor, and yet she actively makes Chizuru put the armor back on. And then tells Kazuya, go break it again. Keep doing this. Instead of just leaving them the fuck alone. Chizuru literally doesn't really have much of an Iron Woman facade here. Not really. You already saw Chizuru underneath. There's no Iron Lady. You already saw her. Kazuya has seen her. He knows who Chizuru is underneath. He's already been past the armor. Way past it. It's not even there anymore. Chizuru's not really hiding all that much. But Minnie keeps, literally fueling her tendencies. And this is what happens in a relationship when you're not trying to listen and talk to someone. When you actively try to just be right. You have to be right. What does it do? It triggers people's worst tendencies. So for instance, I used to do this. I definitely used to fucking do this. Where, for example, I would argue with my mom. And what I'll do is that I need to be correct. Even if I'm not. Instead of just talking to her and helping her understand. Maybe she doesn't get it. Or maybe I understand something she doesn't. Instead of arguing with her and saying, you're wrong about this. You just got to talk to the person and help them through it. And that's the problem. The truth is, Chizuru subconsciously thinks Kazuya will always be there, always waiting, always on hand. Only the fear of losing him will erase her misguided sense of duty, security. No. You fundamentally misunderstood Chizuru. No. You fundamentally misunderstood Chizuru. Your first part is somewhat correct. What do I mean? Chizuru doesn't subconsciously think Kazuya will always be there. Actually, it's the opposite. She thinks she won't always be there. She thinks she knows full well you could lose anything at any moment. She's not a fool. She's literally experienced loss regularly. The thing is, this is what you're misunderstanding. Chizuru, and again, Roman, this is your bias coming in, dude. You keep doing this. You keep getting trapped in your fucking bias. You keep doing this. Chizuru thinks Kazuya will always be waiting. I don't want him to keep waiting. Stop waiting. Stop waiting. And if you think, oh, only the fear of losing him will release her misguided sense of duty, you're an idiot. Why? She rejected him. She tried to end the fucking relationship. What do you mean? That makes no fucking sense. She literally rejected him. That is not someone who will literally only realize when they lose the person. She literally said, I will lose you if it means you're happy. You have fundamentally misunderstood Chizuru. She rejected him. She wanted to end things. Because he wouldn't let go. He kept waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. He wouldn't do anything. So she tried to reject him so he'll be free, even at the cost of herself. She will willingly sacrifice herself for him. She will literally willingly lose him and hate herself for losing him if it means he's fucking happy. You have fundamentally misunderstood Chizuru if you think that is the idiotic shit that people on Reddit say. And I want you to be better. I want you to be better. Seriously, this is a person who's willing to have multiple children if it means they're not alone. Do you understand how painful childbearing is? Do you know how hard that is? Do you know how fucking painful that is? She will willingly do that if it means the people she loves are happy. In the date, you constantly see how much she's willing to sacrifice so the people around her are happy, even if it means she loses them. She went through the entire date with a fucking blister on both legs. She could barely walk by the end of it. Why do you think she stops him in the end of the date? She literally can't walk anymore. That's why she stops him. And she did that for him. You don't see how much she's willing to sacrifice for others' happiness. You think she's taking him for granted. She's not taking him for granted. She's literally trying to give him exactly what he wants. She is sacrificing herself. She's letting herself look like the bad guy intentionally so he gets what he wants. And he doesn't see that. That is why Kazuya is an asshole right now. He does not see how much she's sacrificing for him. Just as in Hawaiians, he never saw how much she sacrificed for him. She dealt with mommy solo. She dealt with a manipulative asshole in Hawaiians as Kazuya's family was pushing all of these expectations on her, putting all of this weight on her as she held on to the ring. And she took that shit like a fucking champ, all for him. And he never even thinks about that. He knows something is going on, but no, he's got to fucking confess. He's got to fucking confess. In Hawaiians, you're so caught up in Chizuru being a bad person, you don't see how much she's grappling with alone, on top of the fact that her grandma died 3 weeks ago. At that point in the story. She was literally grappling with grief while dealing with that shit solo. And you're telling me this person doesn't value Kazuya enough, and the only way she'll realize how much she cares about him is if she almost loses him. She was literally willing to lose him if it meant he was happy. I was talking to this person the other day. He says, why don't they just talk? I explained, I'm lighter on Chizuru because I see how emotionally lost and distraught she is. I know she doesn't want to burden people. I know she feels guilty after the kiss, which Minnie only added to. She is not in a great place and really hates herself. It's the same as the blisters. It's literally reframing how Kazuya and Minnie have been abusing Chizuru's goodwill, and Chizuru literally thinks it's all her fault. So in some ways, she punishes herself, not allowing herself to talk to Kazuya until she's ready to tell him, I love you, giving him full control, sacrificing more, being better for him. That's why I think she isn't texting. She's literally losing her autonomy. They are robbing her of her choices all in favor of love. They conditioned her in their choices that she is the villain, so she becomes a martyr to Kazuya's people-pleasing, which Minnie enables, losing herself. This explains the 3 months. Chizuru couldn't act because Kazuya didn't help her while she shouldered the burden of Mami, Ruka, his family, and her feelings all on her own, as well as going through grief. He never made a safe space for her. He used Minnie, he ran. She had to take action. Now it happens again. The issue was never resolved. Chizuru faced her behavior, Kazuya never did. And now you see it happen again and think Chizuru has you think Chizuru has autonomy and full control of her choices when she doesn't. When she clearly doesn't. She is powerless, being used and tossed around as she grapples with all these feelings she hates herself for. It is not even a little even. I really think we do not realize the extent to which Kazuya and Minnie have hurt Chizuru. There is a reason Mami is Kazuya's mirror, for she is him, the same monster who runs from her sins as he runs from his responsibility, and pins it all on Chizuru. I felt this from the moment I saw chapter 388's cover. Kazuya looks at an unopened box, never actually opening it for months, while Minnie brings drinks, as Chizuru sits home alone, waiting for her family to come back, not allowed to ask them to return, a little girl waiting alone. You even see this in chapter 364. Chizuru felt she had no right to ask Sayuri to come to Parents' Day because she was so busy with her own things. So she went alone, crumpling up the little paper of her dream of having a family with her, because she doesn't deserve love, a little orphan who isn't worth anyone's time. Even as a child, she sacrificed for others. She's willing to have multiple kids and bear the pain of childbirth just so her kids wouldn't feel alone. This isn't someone with abandonment issues. This is someone who will bear unfathomable loneliness so others aren't alone. For anyone who wants to say Chizuru has abandonment issues, you don't get it. You don't get it. She is willing to go through unfathomable loneliness if it means her loved ones are happy. And you can see this in other chapters too. Where is it? I was just reading it a second ago. There it is. Here, it's a little further back right here. So when Kazuya talks to Kuri in chapter 322, Kazuya wonders if Chizuru is okay with him having these feelings, and he goes to Minnie, not to Chizuru. In contrast, when we're seeing Chizuru doing her daily routine, she's alone. Not unwilling to talk to Kazuya, but not bringing up the things that her friends were talking about. If you notice, he ultimately never mentions the topic he really wanted to talk about. Minnie just tells him it's all up to Chizuru, the opposite of what Kuri said. It's about not taking action. While Kazuya is out with Minnie, we cut to Chizuru. She's visiting her family grave alone, cleaning it every day and speaking to her dead grandma. Kazuya speaks to Minnie, a copy that does not need him to act, while Chizuru speaks to the dead, and not the living. She's alone. When Chizuru comes home, no one is there. She is alone. She is invited out to a party by a fellow actor, yet despite being alone, when there's literally no one in the house, because it is on the same day as Kazuya's date, Chizuru says no. She's not insecure. She doesn't let the loneliness define her. The Kazuya isn't there. She doesn't push away. In fact, she prioritizes Kazuya. She is alone, at home, in this big house, no one is there. And she still prioritizes him. Not changing plans just because she feels lonely. Almost like she's used to being alone. Now, go back to the beginning of the series. Chizuru's alone. And she's fine. She lives on her own. She doesn't have a boyfriend. She doesn't have any support, and she's fine. She can do it. But support would be nice. She understands the value of support. But she can do it alone. She's not weak. She doesn't have abandonment issues. Her grandma's in the hospital. She only goes to see her sometimes. She can't always go to see her. She works through everything alone. She has some casual friends, but she doesn't have, like, friends. This is not someone with abandonment issues. This is someone who will bear unfathomable loneliness to make her loved ones happy. In fact, isn't that literally what she did for Sayuri? She did what she could to make Sayuri's dream to make the dream with her grandpa come true. And she went through it all alone, just so she could do it for her grandparents. She literally doesn't have friends, doesn't have like super close people in her lives. She did college, acting school, plays, auditions, and rental. Solo. All on her own, just so she could make that dream come true for her loved ones. She sacrificed that much for Sayuri. Do you really think this is someone who does not value her loved ones? You've fundamentally misunderstood Chizuru, and again, you continue to project onto her character for your own confirmation bias, and it is getting old. It is getting incredibly old, because this is literally the internet. And I want you guys to be better. I want you guys to fucking be better. Reread, learn to read, learn how to engage with media, learn to understand these characters. I don't agree with many of Minnie's takes, but I kind of see her point in that just start dating and see where it goes. Oh, no, Chizuru agrees. Noah. Chizuru literally agrees. Chizuru literally feels the same fucking way. No, you kind of missed the point. Minnie is correct. Chizuru fucking agrees. What Minnie doesn't get is that Minnie doesn't understand what Chizuru is trapped in, so she can't fucking help her. She doesn't understand Chizuru is trapped in this sense of duty that she thinks she needs to do this thing for Kazuya. And Minnie doesn't free her from that. In fact, she needs to just argue with Chizuru. No, Minnie is right. What Minnie doesn't realize is Chizuru and her agree. What Minnie does not realize is that Chizuru and her agree. And that they don't need to have this stupid ideal. The whole point of the current narrative is to not have these stupid ideals. But, let's see. Not everything has to be 100% picture perfect. Shame goes with Kazuya. Literally. No. Chizuru agrees with Minnie. What Minnie doesn't realize is that she reinforces Chizuru's bad tendencies in the way she approaches it. Minnie literally just misses the forest for the fucking trees. She doesn't get what's in front of her. One sec. Let me see what Crumpy said. So Crumpy said, I asked him something. What? Can't really add much other than the words for right thing to do and ideal are in quotations. Oh. Wait. Oh, that fucking proves my point. Right here, when Chizuru says the right thing to do and ideal, she puts them in quotations because is this the right thing to do? Is this ideal? That's missing from the English translations. This further proves my point. This isn't what Chizuru believes. This is not what Chizuru believes. She doesn't want to do this magical ideal or right thing to do. She's literally trying to do what's right for Kazuya. And this chapter is literally about questioning what is the right thing to do. That is why Chizuru gets a flashback to this scene. It is literally about making difficult choices. Minnie does not want to make difficult choices. For Chizuru, it is about making difficult choices. You must make difficult choices. That is life. You have to make the hard fucking choices. And Minnie doesn't get that because Minnie doesn't make hard choices. Minnie never has consequences for her fucking actions. She doesn't fucking get it. She's never seen consequences for any of her fucking actions. She's literally, the reason Chizuru doesn't listen to Minnie because Minnie essentially tells her, don't worry about doing the right thing, just do what you want. And that's stupid because you need to find a balance between the two. You shouldn't just do whatever the fuck you want. Okay, so let me read these last few pieces. Let me see if there's anything else Crumpy said. Sorry. I was doing some writing. Let's see. Where should I start reading? Both Kazuya are trying to be perfect harness each other, which would only puts more strain on them, in my opinion. Yeah, that's literally kind of it. But the thing is that Kazuya created this entire circumstance, and that circumstance was founded on their broken foundation. Kazuya essentially is trying to become some perfect partner for Chizuru, under the bullshit that like he needs to become something different because he doesn't value and love himself. In contrast, Chizuru thinks she needs to give him the correct answer for them to be together. When in reality, there's nothing wrong with her and they could just start dating. But she doesn't. She doesn't think that's right because she doesn't want to fall out of love with him. Anyways, sorry. Let's continue. Minnie is the one telling Kazuya to come up with a perfect confession and all, though. Yeah, exactly. Min needs to say that she is this instead of Kazuya. He's always trying to come up with a perfect confession and perfect trial, but she doesn't say it to him, but to Chizuru instead. No. What? She's trying to say she's saying to Chizuru to toss that to the side and dive in anyway. So it's contradicting herself and saying that Chizuru what she should do to Kazuya, especially since wait what? Minnie is contradicting herself and saying to Chizuru what she should say to Kazuya. Ah. But Kazuya won't listen, so it doesn't matter. If you'll notice something very important, Max. Whenever Kazuya talks to Minnie, when she tells him the right thing to do, he doesn't do it. When she tells him something he already deep down believed, he listens to her. Every time. Every single time. When she tells him what he exactly believed, what he already literally believed, he listens to her. But when she tells him, yo, you should talk to her, he doesn't. So no, what you're not understanding is that Kazuya will never fucking take action. Kazuya, you're misunderstanding the issue. Kazuya will never take action. You're deluded if you think Minnie telling him this will make him take action. He will not listen. This feels like Okuba when he thought he improved people's lives when sending the D-mail, except he made everyone's lives in a lie and screws up the timeline to a bad future on Kazuya's part. It literally is. It's just Steins Gate. This is literally just Steins Gate. Kazuya is literally making everybody's lives worse. Straight up. He does. It's hypothetical after all, so she can shape it however she wishes. And I still believe she sees the play as a way to find her answer. Yeah, like I think that makes sense now. The play is the way for Chizuru to find her answer. And when you consider what the play is called, it makes a lot of sense. When we consider what the play is called, it makes a lot of sense. What's the play called? We see the play for the very first time in chapter 408. The play is called First Venus, aka the goddess of love. This play is somehow connected to Chizuru finding her answer. Through this play, Chizuru will somehow find her answer, or at least she's trying to. However, something is wrong with this. This play is a problem. Why? We don't know. Why is this play a problem? We don't know yet. That's part of the mystery. I think this play is a problem, just as what Kazuya is doing is a problem. It just looks like a good thing. Right? Isn't Kazuya's whole improvement thing look like a good thing? But it's not. In that same way, doesn't Chizuru's play seem like a good thing? It's probably not. I think your problem is the same as Kazuya's. Chizuru needs to fall out of the pedestal only when they open to each other and argue all the shit they've been enduring in equal fair conditions. Kazuya is the one placing her on a pedestal. I feel like I'm seeing her pretty fucking clearly. You don't realize how amazing she is. That's your issue. It's like you're so busy seeing her as a villain or a goddess that you don't realize that she's such a beautiful human being who fucks up, who makes mistakes, but God, she's trying so fucking hard. I think that's the issue. It's like, in the same ways that people either idolize or villainize Kazuya, people either idolize or villainize Chizuru, and you don't see either in that same exact way. You don't realize Chizuru is not the villain, but she's actually such a kind, loving person. In contrast, you don't realize how Kazuya is being such a fucking asshole. And he could be such an amazing person. Whereas I think Chizuru needs to kind of be a dick to Kazuya. I think Chizuru needs to fucking fight with him. They need an argument. Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't disagree with that part. Oh, they need to fucking fight, dude. And who keeps stopping the fighting? Who keeps getting in the fucking way of the fighting? Oh, look, it's that little shit down there. Do you see that little motherfucker down there? Yeah, that little shit. That's Minnie. She keeps getting in the way of that. Then they'll be able to be in a relationship. Over victimizing Chizuru and making her a martyr is not the solution. Literally, that... No. That's what Minnie's doing. No, you're misunderstanding. Okay, you're not understanding how toxic relationships function. I don't think you're understanding how toxic relationships function. You're kind of misunderstanding the issue. Minnie is forcing Chizuru into a role. Chizuru does not want to be this role. Minnie is forcing her into the role of the martyr. Chizuru doesn't want to be a martyr. How does Minnie do this? Minnie is an enabler. Okay, Minnie is an enabler. That is literally what Minnie do. If you don't believe me, look at what she does with Kazuya. Right? We can just agree Minnie is an enabler. That is her role in a toxic relationship. Okay? Minnie enables Kazuya's people pleasing. Right? In contrast, what does Minnie enable? Minnie enables this this idea that Chizuru is a controller. She frames Chizuru as if she were a controller. She's abusing Chizuru's goodwill. So when Chizuru is framed as a controller, she doesn't want to be a controller, but she's willing to do that if it means she makes the person that she loves happy. She will gladly look like a villain if it means the person she loves is happy. We have seen this time and time again. She has let herself be the villain in the picture so those that she loves are happy. In turn, she is not a controller, she is a martyr. You're making this person feel like they need to sacrifice themselves. Minnie is putting Chizuru in the position of the martyr, and that is no better described in how she places Chizuru in the position of the bomb diffuser. She invites Chizuru out to meet with her, knowing full well there's this issue about the kiss. Minnie doesn't solve the issue about the kiss. She doesn't ease Chizuru into it or anything. She makes Chizuru solve it because she's too much of a little shit to talk about it and treats Chizuru like she's the bomb. So Chizuru has to defuse the bomb. She literally forced Chizuru into the role of Hurt Locker, where the character has to show up and deal with this issue and make a difficult fucking choice. Hence, the reference at the very end of the chapter to when Sayuri died, and she's literally talking about continuing to make difficult choices. That is the point. Minnie cannot make difficult choices. Chizuru can. And because Chizuru makes the hard choices that other people will not, she is placed into the position of the martyr because she's doing the hard thing other people's won't, even if it means she gets hurt in the process. She is a martyr. Period. She doesn't want to be a martyr, but she is a martyr. That is a fact. I am not over-victimizing Chizuru. It is a fact. You are over-victimizing Kazuya. That is the fact. Everybody is absolutely over-victimizing Kazuya. He's not a little baby boy. He is victimizing himself. Even with Ruka. There is literal evidence to show, yes, what Ruka did, not on Kazuya. Ruka chose to sexually assault him. It does not change the fact that she has touched him before. She has tried this 5 different times in the past. Bitch, why the fuck did you let her into your house? The fuck, Kazuya? Why were you you were fucking checking her out too. You guys are over-victimizing Kazuya. Even when it comes to the sexual assault, he literally had the evidence to know this was going to happen. What the fuck were you expecting? Why would you let a girl who has feelings for you into your fucking house? She clearly has romantic feelings for you. She's touching you all the time in dates. She wants to kiss you half the fucking time. She literally does kiss you on the fucking cheek. What did you think was going to happen? What the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Of course Ruka was going to do that. Are you out of your fucking mind? And this isn't me victim blaming Kazuya. He is still a victim, and he victimized himself. Both are true. He is a victim, abso-fucking-lutely, and he's victimizing himself. Because he's victimizing himself with Chizuru. He's literally being, I'm a victim, while at the same time, literally being a victim. It's a paradox. That's the fucking point. It literally is Kazuya. Kazuya is at the center of all of this. Whereas once he used to empower the characters around him, he is now robbing them of autonomy. That is what Kazuya does now. He is making everyone around him into a victim. Literally like Steins Gate. It's literally like Steins Gate. Even when he's not trying to, he robs people of autonomy. Case in point, Sumi. Sumi's sitting there. She has this gift. She figures out what to do. She goes to do it. Kazuya stops her. He did it for her. She doesn't need to do anything. When it could have actually been great if Sumi had reached out to Chizuru. Oh, it's almost like he literally isolated Chizuru without even trying to. Kazuya literally isolated Chizuru without even trying to. And you literally see her walk away alone in the end of it. You literally see Chizuru walk away alone, having to make these hard decisions alone by the end of it. And God, I'm burning up. Okay, that's so cute. She kisses up. She thinks about the kiss and she starts burning up. God damn. And God damn, Chizuru. All right. All right. All right. Clench. Why does she clench here? It's like she's trying to... She clenches her chest as if she's trying to keep her heart in check so it doesn't freak out. It's almost like she's trying to temper her emotions. Isn't that kind of what that looks like? She clenches her chest as if to stop herself from letting her heart run wild. Huh. She's literally trying to temper her feelings. Okay, so last pieces of stuff with Minnie here. Her dad might have something to do with it, deep down, but she definitely has serious doubts about even her own feelings. It doesn't have to do with her dad. The serious doubts is actually stemming from her mother. It's not about her dad. It's literally two contradicting things that don't align. It's actually about her mom. But Minnie doesn't know that, just as Minnie didn't know Kazuya said that. What has to happen for her to understand? There's always a chance she changes her mind before the date. Is that even possible for her to have no doubts? There's no such thing. Literally, and that's the point we see this. There's no such thing. You have to go through the doubt. So I'm going to pull up the more translation I personally prefer for this one. Because I'm not a huge fan of the translation they do. You know what? Actually. So that is, let me check what chapter that is. I want Crumpy to see something. I want to ask Crumpy something. Wait. Now I'm curious. Because we have like 3 different fucking translations. And I don't like that. So it should be chapter 151. In this world of ours, there are many simple choices but to press forward. Okay. So let me pull up chapter 151. I want Crumpy to check something. Okay. I think this is important. I think this is important. What does... Okay. I forgot what happens with her parents. Can you tell me? We don't have very specific details. So we don't know who left who. Chizuru openly says that. We don't know who left who. However, we know a decent amount about Chizuru's mom. In particular, in chapter 392, when Minnie is thinking about that flashback she had with Chizuru's mom, Chizuru specifically says in Japanese, they translate it weird. And Chizuru in Japanese specifically says here, here they have her say, my mom was a very popular girl. In Japanese, she literally says she had a lot of lovers. So her mom had a lot of, she was in a lot of relationships. And so what's actually being implied to you is that the reason Chizuru calls her dad here partner is because her mom slept with a whole lot of people, probably. She gave in to her desires. She didn't value love. So she kind of just went into all these relationships. There's constant rumors about Chizuru's mom and how her dad left and how she died just a little bit after. So Chizuru doesn't know that much about her mom, but she views her mom as the antithesis of love. And there's a lot of evidence to highlight this. For instance, Chizuru doesn't know anything about her. She was never around, and the only thing she left Chizuru was a picture of her. So Chizuru has this, like, fear that she's going to be like her mom. She doesn't want to be like her mom. And in contrast, we know nothing about her dad. Chizuru knows nothing about her dad. And Minnie just assumes Chizuru's talking about her dad. What's interesting here is that Minnie points out to Chizuru, I meant referring to him as partner. Chizuru blushes because she agrees, because guess what? Every time she talks to Kazuya, she refers to him as dad. The only one she doesn't refer to him as dad with is Minnie. This is the only time Chizuru has not referred to her dad as dad. She referred to him as partner. She presented a cynical outlook to Minnie, and Minnie literally said exactly what Chizuru was feeling. But Minnie misinterprets it because of that. She assumes because she doesn't know Chizuru. She doesn't know who Chizuru is. So she assumes. It shows Minnie doesn't know anything about Chizuru. She makes all these assumptions that this is all about her dad. It's about her mom. Because Chizuru is clearly more haunted by her mom. Sayuri literally tells her, rain always followed your mom on important days. When the Odaiba date happens, it's literally raining. It starts with rain. It's like her mom is literally haunting her. That's what Chizuru's afraid of. When they almost get caught with that neighbor lady in chapter 276, what does Chizuru tell Kazuya? She doesn't so much talk about her dad as she talks about her mom. Right? When they get out and Chizuru is explaining to Kazuya about her family, look at this. And I'm the one who should apologize. Maybe it's because my dad left my mom so quickly. Dad, not partner, dad. Every other scene where she talks about this, she says dad. But for some reason, Tamagi-san always fishing for information on my relationship with men. Isn't it weird? Mom and I aren't even the same people. It's like she's being compared to her mother, not having this fear of her father. She's literally saying, you're not my dad. You're not gonna leave. I didn't make the same choice as my mom. And yet everybody wants to compare us, including her own grandmother. Sayuri literally compares her to her mom. And yet why, like literally Chizuru's mom like died and left her grandma alone and then left her own child and shit and made terrible fucking choices. And yet everyone compares Chizuru to her mom. She literally doesn't want to be her mom. And yet she's starting to feel like, oh my God, I'm just my fucking mom. This fucking sucks. I hate this. Johan, my comments keep disappearing. They didn't disappear there. Post your comment again. I saw your first one. I saw your first one earlier. Try again. I don't know why they're disappearing. Here, Jun, I'm going to do something that maybe will stop you from disappearing. You don't have to be a moderator. I just made you a moderator. You don't have to do any moderating. You don't have to do any moderating, but now your comments won't disappear. I feel like I trust you enough that I don't need to worry about that. I feel like if you're a moderator, your comments won't disappear. I could be wrong. But I feel like if you're a moderator, your comments won't fucking disappear. Okay. So yeah, last pieces. Okay, we're gonna go down here. So the last pieces in the chapter. What has to happen for her to understand? She needs to be freed from her guilt, and Minnie doesn't know. There's always a chance she changes her mind before the date. Is it even possible for her to have no doubt? She's not going to change her mind about dating. She's not going to change her mind about dating. I think Minnie doesn't get it. That for her to have no doubts that it's true love, will he ever be able to melt her heart? He already did. It's not Kazuya. It's not Kazuya. She literally, you see Chizuru's back. When Minnie says this, you see Chizuru's back. You literally don't see Chizuru. It's in plain view. You just have to know what you're looking at. She sees Chizuru's back. She doesn't see Chizuru. She's not seeing her front. She's not seeing her eyes. She's not seeing her face. It's not that. It's not Kazuya. Still, she said she'd date him in the hypothetical. That's undeniable progress. Plus, she wouldn't kiss just anyone. I'll take it to my grave. I can't ever talk to her about Ruka-san. In this world, you know, most things don't even have answers. See, that's the thing I want to know. Did Sayuri actually say most things don't have answers? You stumble through each day, aching, troubled, facing and reflecting on those difficult choices. That's the only honest thing about life. Yeah, it's literally about making difficult choices. And you literally see her chest ache about this difficult choice that she made. And that kiss means a lot more to her than you realize. I find the panel structure here really fascinating. How big Chizuru's face is, and how this little thing like comes back and it makes her small. Did you notice how the kiss literally look at how large Chizuru's picture is here, and how when the kiss comes back, it literally makes her small. She literally shrinks. And then you get a glimpse at her eyes again, and then she keeps walking. The kiss is making her small, not large. It's not empowering her. It almost feels like it's weakening her. The kiss is literally weakening her. It's not giving her strength. And yet she really values it. I'm burning up. I need a math. Literally, it heated her up too much. She literally overheated thinking about the kiss, so she needs to cool down. Okay. Let me check Twitter. See if there's anything on Twitter that's interesting. Okay, here is a Japanese fan. New here, loving the vibe so far. By the way, yeah, the scene's kind of over dramatized. Yeah, you're kind of really missing the forest for the trees with this scene. Like you don't really understand what's actually happening in this scene. It's not simply over dramatized. It's dramatized intentionally so that you don't recognize what's going on. It's literally the truth is literally in front of your eyes. You just have to be able to see it. You don't know what you're looking at. And like I pretty much said this, like the whole vibe of what's going on right now is Reishi wants you to think and think and think, and then you come up with some convoluted conclusion, then you tell yourself that must be the answer. Then when you can't piece it together, you tell yourself there must be no answer. And you just keep thinking and thinking and thinking forever and ever and ever, and you don't know what you're realizing when the answer will come in time. He wants the readers to fall down this rabbit hole of believing Chizuru is a bad person. He wants the readers to really believe this, while intentionally showing you Chizuru is literally playing the role of the martyr. That's the whole idea. It's like you're literally making her play this role. You've been wrong about her. This is something I felt from the moment chapter 380 happened, and I think Reiji's been leveraging that ever since. He's been leveraging this idea ever since. In fact, I would argue Reiji has been leveraging this idea of Chizuru being a bad person since Hawaiians. That's been the leverage this whole fucking time. And when it happens again, you immediately believe she's a bad person again, despite living with her and seeing all her kindness and her love. You don't fucking care. Confirmation bias, go Byrd. Okay, so let's see if this Japanese fan wrote their thing today. I like reading what some of the Japanese fans have to say, so I'm just gonna pull that up. Yeah, and the fact that paradise is intentionally referenced in the cover page, so literally the cover page straight up references paradise. It's like, hey, yo, remember paradise? Remember the Hawaiians arc? Remember that? Remember that? Yeah, there you go. Deep L. Okay, so I'll toss this. I had a decent amount to say today. Copy. Okay. I'll read this in just a sec. I want to see what other Japanese fans had to say. Oh no, it's so please understand. This is Kazuya and Chizuru's love story, nobody else. And your problem, I think you have a bit of a problem, Isa. You're kind of focused on the shipping. Reiji's literally criticizing shipping because Minnie is a shipper. Minnie is literally a shipper falling in love with her ships. Shipping is the problem. When we're so focused on shipping characters, we actually dehumanize them and miss the point of their relationship. You miss the whole point. And you start treating love like it's a win or lose game. Oh, someone has to end up with him or I'll be sad. I'll cry. I'll feel bad. That's not what love is. Love is about really seeing someone and sharing time with them, truly connecting to them. It's not just falling into this trap of, Ayo, I want someone to win. I hope someone ends up with someone. Because I believe there are characters like Mommy who have to make her own happiness without a man. Whereas Ruka needs to be valued for who she is and not this and not put away this broken part of herself that she feels is unloved. Whereas Kazuya needs to learn to be present in his love. Do you know the reason Kazuya and Chizuru aren't together? It's so simple. He literally doesn't like himself. So he cannot love the person she loves. Kazuya literally can't love the person Chizuru loves. So Chizuru can't find her answer. He can't free her from her guilt. So their foundation is just broken. Chizuru can't help him because he won't free her from her guilt. If she's not freed from her guilt, she can't reach out to him and help him, and she can't take action. He's literally trapped himself in a cycle. For instance, 3-month time skip. You're new here. You said you're new here, right? 3-month time skip. Did you notice How Kazuya was literally avoiding Chizuru. You think it's Chizuru avoiding him. She literally didn't go anywhere. It was actually him avoiding her. Literally, he just... Kazuya... Minnie shows up and solves it in a day. It's almost like it didn't need to last 3 months. It only did because Kazuya made it last 3 months. Chizuru didn't go anywhere. She was around. When they lost their homes, Chizuru literally offered for him to live with her and gave him every possible thing he could want so that way he doesn't feel bad about living with her. Miscommunication plays a big part. What Reiji is saying is, why are they miscommunicating? There's a reason. Foundation is a very big thing. They have a broken foundation. Their foundation is fucking shattered. The reason they miscommunicate is in large part because of certain things like what Kazuya is doing. Because what Kazuya has done is essentially created a power dynamic. He thinks Chizuru has all the power. In reality, he has all the power. And he doesn't realize this, so he treats himself as a victim. When he treats himself as a victim, Chizuru feels like she's the controller, she feels like a bad person, she's the villain. Do you see the issue? You cannot create a relationship on a power dynamic because it leads to miscommunication and misunderstandings. And no matter how much you communicate, because there's a power dynamic, it will never get through. Kazuya has power in literally almost all of his relationships. He thinks he's powerless. He's literally tricked himself into thinking he's powerless. And because of that, he has a power dynamic with almost literally everyone around him. Everyone around him, he almost has a power dynamic with them. He has a power dynamic with Kibe, he has a power dynamic with his family, he has a power dynamic with Minnie, he has a power dynamic with Ruka, he has a power dynamic with Mami, he has a power dynamic with Chizuru. Literally every character. Literally almost every character. And he almost creates power dynamics. And power dynamics naturally lead to miscommunication. And they lead to toxic relationships. That is a massive fucking problem. Like, you cannot form a relationship on a power dynamic. That doesn't fucking work. The whole point of a relationship is to be even. You have a natural foundation. You have a natural, even foundation. Why is there a power dynamic? Hawaiians. Chizuru feels guilty about Hawaiians. Kazuya never helps her with her guilt. She's bearing so much fucking alone. She thinks she's the villain. You're framing her as the villain. The story actively wants you to think she's the villain, literally tricking you into this. And you don't realize it, so naturally there's miscommunication. Why is there miscommunication? She literally cannot say what she wants to. That's what I'm saying. If Kazuya frees Chizuru from guilt, she can say what she wants. She can be a lot more direct. Because she was direct before. When she wasn't trapped in guilt. Remember Chizuru in the beginning of the series? When she wasn't trapped in guilt? Girl said what she fucking wanted. She was pretty fucking straightforward. She was even confrontational. But now she feels guilty. Kazuya made a movie for her. She feels like she fucking owes him. Right? His best friend, a piece of shit who badmouths him and cares about him. His grandma, a piece of shit that badmouths. No. You're doing something stupid here. One, Kibe doesn't just outright badmouth him. He kind of calls him out for what he is sometimes. But he gets trapped in that. He gets stuck in this trouble of assuming these certain things about his friend. In turn, reinforcing some of these bad tendencies. They realize this now. In fact, that's the whole point of why they're so passive. Why do you think Kibe and Nagomi and Kazuya's family are so passive with him right now? They're not demanding anything from him anymore. Because they realized they were doing this. They realized they were reinforcing these things on him. So they're being a lot more passive with him, when in reality they need to be a lot more proactive with him. His grandma is not a piece of shit. She did do bad things. She's not a piece of shit. She genuinely cares about him. But she did do bad shit in Hawaiians, absolutely. His bad self-esteem doesn't simply come from his family, they are a part of it. Because they reinforce societal expectations. They are not the main source. The main source is Kazuya himself in a lot of ways. But they are a huge part of it. They aren't inherently the main source. They are a huge part of it. Their expectations is a big part of it. They absolutely do cause these things. Because they don't see him. They're not just bad-mouthing him. Like, they're not calling him like a worthless piece of shit who has nothing going for him. Kibe says he has nothing much going for him, but he is a very kind person who really cares about others. In fact, it shows he sees his friend to some degree. Not completely, but he sees his friend. And yet, ironically, he's somewhat right about certain things. Kazuya is kind of like wasting his life sometimes. Nagomi, a little too harsh on him. In particular, I think Nagomi's expectations of Kazuya and weighing his love on everything is a big part of this. I would argue the real villains of Rent-a-Girlfriend is society. Society is the problem. Society is the problem. Which I think actually makes a decent amount of sense, because, that's the whole thing. I think deep down, Kibe envies him. Oh, no, he's admitted it. No, Kibe has openly admitted it to Kazuya that he fucking envies him. He did in chapter 245. That was the issue with Kibe. Kibe has this issue. He deeply cares for his friend on one hand, on the other, he envies him. That's the problem. That envy causes this imbalance in their relationship. This is literally Minnie. What you don't realize is that Minnie is Kibe, but deluding herself. Kibe is just not being honest with himself in some degrees. Minnie's just fucking deluding herself. She's literally meant to mirror Kibe. Minnie is just like Kazuya. She idolizes the shit out of him, while at the same time she envies him. And you see that envy in this chapter. She literally thinks Chizuru's too good for you. She envies him. He has something she herself desires. That envy is key here, because it stops you from truly seeing this person. When you idolize and envy someone, you can't see them clearly. That is an issue. No, Kibe is actually doing pretty good right now. I would say Kibe is actually doing pretty good right now. He's trying to learn, and he's learning to back the fuck off. But this is the thing. I think this is setting up for Kibe and Kazuya's family to step the fuck up back into the main roles, because they need to. Who is the main villain of Oshinoko, the entertainment industry? Rag is pretty much the same. No, the villain in Rent-a-Girlfriend is not the entertainment industry, it's society. It's a society and its expectations. That is the main villain of Rent-a-Girlfriend. But at the same time, it's not specifically society that's the issue, because they're not the problem, it's the expectations. I would say the expectations and the pressure of society, in particular this idea of, collective consciousness, that is the problem. See, the thing about collective consciousness that people don't realize is that regimes and elites and a lot of these people who are in positions of power love collective consciousness. Why? Because they get you to conform to the greater whole, and they control the greater whole. So they want you to be like this. What this story is essentially saying is how this idea of collective consciousness, which is a very deep-rooted thing in Japan, there's this whole idea of just sticking with the whole. It literally isolates and robs people of their identity. It literally separates us and divides us because it needs us to conform. I would say that's the issue that this story is essentially criticizing, is this idea of collective consciousness and not truly seeing other people. Literally the expectations that society enforces, not so much society itself. It's not the people. The people aren't the problem. It's the expectations being placed onto the people. So it's not like a literal physical thing like the entertainment industry. Reiji has openly said he doesn't really want to talk about something like the entertainment industry. A lot of stories have done that. What he wants to talk about is these expectations placed on people by society. The expectations are the problem. And this aligns well with Shiunji Family, where Shiunji Family absolutely is talking about something similar from a completely different lens, where it's approaching this idea of just like, hey, yo, look at how these kids are literally having this like horrible shit thrown at them because of their dad, because of how their dad is like this stupid fucking billionaire, and he's dragging his kids through this bullshit because of all the stuff that he did, and he wasn't honest to the public about it. And literally, what you're not realizing is the dad is secretly the fucking villain. That's what you don't realize, is like the dad is secretly the fucking villain of Shiunji Family. And he's literally reinforcing all these expectations. All the characters in Shiunji Family are literally tropes. Every character in Shunji family is literally a fucking trope. Because they've literally been conditioned and trained and groomed to be tropes. It literally disguises the darkness underneath. How that story is full of deception and lies and manipulation, and you're starting to see that shit now. You're starting to see that shit with Shunji family. But you're seeing it through a different lens, how society is like manipulating and controlling these kids. Whereas here, these people, in Rent a Girlfriend, it's like these characters are trying to find who they are and they're constantly being forced to conform. Anyways. I managed to post the full message above. Could you manage to see it? What I was trying to say earlier is that I think Chizuru says she would date Kazuya in Minnie's hypothetical because in that situation, she imagines herself already feeling the same love as he does. Huh. Could be. Or the hypothetical perfectly aligns with what Minnie was saying, where Chizuru does want to date him. Because what is the argument Minnie makes in this chapter? You should just date him. In that hypothetical, there were no restrictions. She could just date him. Right? In that hypothetical, there were no restrictions. She could just date him. So she would. But the moment you start placing restrictions, suddenly it doesn't work anymore. I think maybe you're onto something, but also this idea of removing restrictions and the idea of just dating him. Right? But maybe that scene was hiding something. In particular, because Chizuru is looking at the alcohol. I think that's a big thing. Chizuru in particular is looking at the alcohol when she says this. So I think it's literally meant to show her desire. She wants to date him. I think that's what Minnie's not seeing. Chizuru wants to date him, but she looks at it through the lens of alcohol, aka the lens of bad decision making. So she literally thinks this is a bad decision. You're literally seeing it through the lens of the alcohol. So she literally thinks it's a bad decision. She wants to, but she thinks it's a bad idea to just get into it like that. So the discussion literally becomes about, ayo, why don't you just date him? And Chizuru explains why she doesn't. That is, I think, the point. I think we just pieced it together. That is the point. Alcohol is literally a literal representation of bad decision making. Chizuru looks at the alcohol. That is the thing you're intentionally shown as she says this out loud. Minnie doesn't realize Chizuru thinks it's a bad thing to date Kazuya at this point. That's why she's in shadows. She doesn't get it. Chizuru wants to. It's pretty obvious she fucking wants to, but she thinks it's a bad decision. Because she doesn't think she's in love yet. So she thinks she doesn't want to just jump into it casually. Minnie doesn't recognize that and doesn't see why Chizuru doesn't want to jump into it casually. She thinks she's a silly little goose who doesn't know what she's saying, so she asks her, and so the entire chapter is literally framed around the idea, why don't you just date? Why don't you just date? So that is this chapter. This chapter is literally telling you why she doesn't just date, even though she wants to. She literally thinks it's the alcohol. She would be making the wrong decision. It's just a hypothetical, so there is no strings attached. And that's why Chizuru says, it's just a hypothetical, right? It's just a hypothetical, right? In that hypothetical, she could. In this alternate universe, she could. But in this universe, in the reality that exists right now, she cannot, because she doesn't have her answer. In reality, that alternate universe is in some ways the truth. You just don't realize it because you think you're seeing it through the lens of alcohol. Minnie doesn't realize the issue with the hypothetical scenario. She doesn't see the problem with what she's fucking saying. She's literally the entire notion of this chapter is an illusion. The very nature of this chapter is an illusion. You're trapped in this illusion of them dating, not realizing why they're not dating, why it's an issue, why their foundation is so fucking broken. I'm so sick of collective consciousness, but I am A. I am Y. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just a hypothetical, so she can shape it however she wishes. Exactly. But that's the thing. It's a hypothetical. It's not real. She wants it to be real, but it's shaped by bad decision making. Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. Oh, starting to get somewhere. This chapter is pretty straightforward. It's actually not. It's actually really fucking not. This chapter is incredibly not straightforward. Every time you comment, I wonder if you see my comments on Twitch. I'm sorry. I kind of tend to look away from Twitch. Here, I'll read everything you wrote, Shadow. I'm sorry. I have a tendency to not turn to look at Twitch. I see more comments on YouTube, so I tend to go to those comments. But here, I'll read your comments. When Minnie says Chizuru can't handle Kazuya's advances, the fish thing that popped into my head was the first thing that popped into my head was when Kazuya was on top of Chizuru and he thought him and Chizuru doing the deed, lol. Okay. Chizuru right here reminds me of the Chizuru when she broke down Kazuya in a way. And even Kazuya pushed her in a corner in Hawaiians too. Oh yeah, we got into this. Kazuya isn't taking any action on why Chizuru is taking action. This is the thing that people don't see. Damn, my signal went out. Okay. I think I read everything. So let's see. Other comments. I feel like Chizuru keeps some things to herself that she'll eventually tell to Kazuya. Well, that's the whole point. Chizuru wants to say everything that she's feeling, but she doesn't have a safe space. She can't tell Minnie everything she's feeling because Minnie is a fucking blabbermouth. She will never shut the fuck up. She'll go and tell Kazuya everything. So Chizuru can't tell her everything. She has to keep certain things to herself. She doesn't have a friend. Minnie is not her friend. Minnie is Kazuya's friend. That's a very intentional. Isn't Chizuru the lover in the picture? Minnie is Kazuya's friend. Here she is literally attempting to betray Kazuya for the lover. Right? Here's Minnie almost betraying Kazuya for the sexy girlfriend. I'm starting to think that she's too good of a catch even for Master. Here's Minnie feeling pretty tempted to betray Kazuya for her lover. It's almost like Minnie is not on Kazuya's side. He's her friend. Yeah, no, the problem is that Minnie is Kazuya's friend. She's not Chizuru's friend. That's the problem. Could you also see the alcohol as what people see as letting loose? Oh, that's a good way of putting it too. So if Chizuru is able to let loose, she would. Maybe society isn't letting her let loose as much, even Minnie. That's a good analysis. One more. One more. Good analysis. Good job. Good job. That's a good one. Could you also see that the alcohol is what people see as letting loose? So if Chizuru is able to let loose in this hypothetical, nothing's holding you back, she would. Maybe isn't her letting loose as much as maybe society isn't letting her let loose as much as she wants. Even Minnie. Minnie just wants to have her own love story through Kazuya and Chizuru's love story. Yeah, pretty much. I've said that too. I pretty much said the same thing. This week's content was incredibly vague, but the cover illustration was simply delightful, precious, and moving. It really sparked all sorts of imaginations. Okay. Oh. Wait, what? Discord has announced it's cutting ties with Persona, the AI software previously used for agent identification verification. I don't trust it. That's sus as fuck. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I sense some bullshit. So Minnie and Chizuru talk about failures. That's just a refusal to accept failure. What's wrong with wanting to succeed? What's wrong with wanting to succeed? It's pretty funny Minnie talks about refusing failure because what is she doing? It's incredibly funny that Minnie talks about refusing to accept failure because what is she doing? She refuses to accept how she has failed. She's literally in fucking denial. There's a difference between failure makes you stronger and planning so that you never fail in the first place. Yeah, Minnie refers to it as a failure but Chizuru doesn't want to fail this relationship. Literally, you're missing the forest for the trees, which is really funny. Yomori's last name is literally Eightfold Forest. Just saying. Who's calling who a failure? I wonder. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Wolverine. Marvel's Wolverine launches on September 15th, 2026. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. That was random. What the fuck? That was completely random. Why didn't I hear anything about this? What the fuck? Why didn't I hear anything about this prior? It's so random. Okay. I mean, cool. I want my next Wolverine game. It's just random. No trailer, no event, nothing? The fuck? Okay. Let's see if Japanese fans said anything. I'm trying to see if other Japanese fans have said things. Oh, good. AI horseshit. I sure do love me some AI horseshit. What's this person say? Ooh, I think I'm a little thirsty. Let's get some water. I promise I won't use my mod powers unless I see like people throwing insults around. Hey man, I trust you. Hey man, I trust you. It's okay. Most of the time, Bacon and Bulver don't really do much anyway, so I don't really mind. We're kind of a smaller channel, so it's perfectly fine. Like, I saw one person like today. I think the person like I banned today like was one out of like God knows how many. The person just pops in and is just like, you should read D Gray Man. I'm like, bitch, I used to own the entire manga of D Gray Man. Shut the fuck up. I used to have the whole ass collection. Okay, shut the fuck up. I used to love D Gray Man. I still have the DVDs somewhere back there. I read and watched D Gray Man. I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up. You should read D Gray Man. It's better. Don't come preaching to the fucking choir. Don't come preaching to the fucking choir. I get that you're on Kazuya's side, so you maintain the perfect distance from Chizuru. But for Chizuru, Minnie is the only person she can have a frank discussion with. So maybe could you show a bit more of that best friend vibe? See, even Japanese fans are saying it. You're not being her friend. Let's see. Why not just go out with Minnie-chan? Not referring to Kazuya, mind you. Oh, he's saying Chizuru should go out with Minnie. That's so funny. Yes, let's just ignore Chizuru's feelings in favor of what we want, right? Isn't it so much easier to not care about what the characters feel and just do what we want? Fuck the characters, right? Right? Let's just ignore their feelings. Collective consciousness, motherfucker. What I want matters more than what they want. If Mommy appears in any chapter that involves 7, she somehow appears. I can see her appearing on June 17th in a way. So the next chapter is 415. Well, the two things that we saw from chapter 154 and 145 is 145 is when Kazuya and Chizuru take Grandma Sayuri to the movie theater, with the movie theater that they rented out. And that was before Sayuri seemingly collapses before she dies, which is really interesting because we literally had a flashback to that in this chapter. In that scene, Kazuya tells Sayuri that he would support Chizuru even if their relationship ended. Yet here is Kazuya, their relationship seemingly in shambles, and he's not fucking supporting her for shit. In contrast, we have chapter 154. In chapter 145, Sayuri also asked Chizuru, and they start asking Chizuru about if her dream is in the way. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, that's a big one. Ooh, I forgot all about that. Let's pull that up really quick. So, chapter 146, which is, I think, might be relevant to chapter 416. Let me pull that up. So this might be set up for this. We might be setting up for this, which makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense. So remember, Sayuri quit acting for Katsuhito. Sayuri is going to ask Chizuru something here. My dear Chizuru, isn't following your dream just making you suffer? This sense of obligation you have towards your grandfather and me, aren't you overdoing it? Seriously, that's it? Well, you can relax. I've had my share of tough times. But I like having a dream, and I'm going to keep chasing it. Why would you tell her she can be an actress? I'm against it. I'm not going to encourage her to do something so irresponsible. Come on, Sayuri, honey, I love you. Well, I don't love you right now. I'm going to cheer her on. Dreams can come true. I'm sick of hearing you say that. The acting world is one big crapshoot. You think this is the perfect world where you can just wish your dreams into existence. So then what? Dreams don't come true. What? I mean, sometimes they do, but that's not the point. Whether it actually happens is besides the point. Sometimes dreams do come true, and that tiny shred of hope, that's the light that keeps us going through the pain of loneliness and of life. So what's so bad about having someone stand next to you and tell you dreams come true? Look, Sayuri, if I end up dying before you, there's something I want you to ask Chizuru. Is following your dreams making you suffer? Is having me cheer you on just a burden? I don't want to see her suffer, not for an instant. You win, Katsuhito. Chizuru is so much stronger than I'd imagined. She accepts reality, but she still enjoys following her dreams. I can't believe we raised a girl like that. Soon our little girl will be in a movie. Her beautiful face will be on the big screen. She'll do what she loves and act her heart out. There will be a crowd of moviegoers, and just know they're going to applaud her. That sheepish smile of hers will creep in and she'll take a bow. It almost makes me a little embarrassed just thinking about it. She's just like any marvelous actress, don't you think? You did it. You were right. Hey, are you watching Katsuhito? Her ideals literally die. So she collapses right after. So, I think we're setting up for this. I think we're setting up to get into this idea of, are Chizuru's dreams making her suffer now? Is Chizuru's dream to chase to chase the film, or sorry, to chase the play, making her suffer now? We might be getting into that. And then chapter 164, which would, this isn't the next chapter, this is chapter right after. Chapter 164, well, that's when Chizuru breaks down. So maybe we could flip this. What if this is about Kazuya? What if this is about him chasing his love and that's making him suffer? His dream is maybe making him suffer? I'm curious if this is like going to be directly about Chizuru or if it's going to be connected to Kazuya. Oh, look, this is about feeling lonely. Oh, look, 164 is about feeling lonely. Do you ever get lonely? Sure, I do. What do you do when you're lonely? I wrap my arms around you like this and squeeze you tight. And as long as I have you and Katsuhito-san, I'll be just fine. She wanted to be hugged. And what did Kazuya not do here? He couldn't hug her. Chizuru wanted to be hugged, and he didn't hug her. Now, simulation also lines up well with what they actually end up doing in chapter 145. Chapter 145, what are they doing? They're going to a movie. They're going to the movie theater that they ordered, right? Sorry, not they ordered. The one they got, and they go to this movie theater, and what are they doing? They're imagining what it's going to be like. This is the screen. You've got a total of 200 seats. The theater has 3 screens. When the day comes, the customer will file in this way. So they're literally simulating it. So they're literally simulating the film. So maybe what Kazuya is going to try to do is try to simulate the date. So the simulation might be simulating the date, right? Like similar to Joy Polis. Okay, so there's this connection to the simulation here. It's strange, I haven't even seen it yet, and I'm crying. Are we going to get a twisted version of this, but with Minnie? Minnie hasn't even seen them dating yet, and she's already crying. Oh, it could be real. And then Chizuru smiles because she's happy. Meeting you has been such a blessing for both Chizuru and me. This must be fate. When does the next volume chapter end? I don't know. When did the last one end? 408? When did the last one end? 408? Right? So when would this one end? Yeah, I don't remember when the last one ended. So where's the current volume that we would be on? 417? 17. What if we meet Sumi in 417? It would be a reference to 147 and 174. 174 is when Kazuya confesses his feelings to Chizuru. Is Sumi going to confess her feelings to Kazuya? Oh my god, is Sumi going to confess her feelings to Kazuya? That's totally possible. It would be 419. Oh, there's a lot of hidden shit. The fact that we call back to Sayuri very specifically 2 times, not just once, here and in the very end of the chapter, I think that's telling. The fact that we call back to Sayuri twice is incredibly telling. Okay. I don't see much from Japanese fans at the moment. Okay, well, for now, let's pull this up. I'm gonna read what this Japanese fan wrote. This person right here makes their own little what is it? They have a blog. So we're gonna read the blog. Oh, okay. Is there Kazuya's grandfather in a cover page anywhere? We don't know what he looks like. We don't know what Kazuya's grandpa looks like. Like, we literally have no idea what he looks like. Okay. So, let's do some reading. I think we'll date. Front space, a reunion after several years. Words taken out of context. Words taken out of context. Yeah, right here. She said it. Chizuru's son herself said it, that she would date him. Yeah, she got it out of context. She provided a fictional context for which she can get these words. Okay. I don't know love, cute, naivety, reason, my own problem, righteousness and ideals, cowardice, core, waiting forever, how wonderful, just a little longer, stoic. The day my heart melts. The final moment, yeah. Saying it herself and blushing is cute. Probably a scene in heaven after Sayuri passed away. Judging by the warm looks around her, Katsuhiro must have been bragging about his love life to everyone until Sayuri arrived. Iyamori is soaking in the admiration. Ultimately, Chizuru was just talking about her idealized concept of romance in rental, using that as a template for her ideals. What? She didn't actually know anything about her real emotions or the workings of the heart. Kazuya's various actions were throwing her emotions all over the place, but she couldn't quite grasp it. Even when she tried to understand, she compared it to her ideal and just kept agonizing over the gap. To some degree, they're correct. To some degree. Put it simply, she was a romance airhead thrown into a confusion about the real thing right in front of her. On top of that, she's serious, so she tried to understand it logically, which just kept getting her lost. No wonder she wandered aimlessly without some kind of trigger. Watching her agonize over the naivety is pure entertainment. Oh, you can ask about that too. Well, it isn't just the date. This whole investigation thing was Chizuru's problem. Kazuya was making his feelings clear, and the real issue was how Chizuru would respond to that. Reiji got them hook, line, and sinker, brother. Reiji got them hook, line, and sinker, brother. Making your feelings clear is not all that it takes in a relationship. You have to actively do something. She seems to have a core, but also a bit of a dependency issue. Even when she was pretending to be his girlfriend, there were times Kazuya tried to stop it, but Chizuru was the one who kept pushing forward. At that point, she was already somewhat attracted to Kazuya, but the attraction kept the relationship going, which caused problems later. Both Ruka-chan and Mami-chan pointed that out. At first, Kazuya seemed unreliable, but since she was helped by him, she ended up depending on him. To put it dramatically, maybe she has a dependent nature. No, not quite. This is starting to feel like a debate lull. This doesn't seem like it'll work out. Yeah, I mean, at least they got that part. For better or for worse, it's precisely because Chizuru has the score that she thinks and acts based on it. To overturn that would mean fundamentally denying it, so it's not something she can do easily. These words from back then resonated with Chizuru more than I realized. They were Kazuya's genuine words, and he's been saying similar things all along. Kazuya or Sayuri? Because Kazuya's feelings haven't wavered, Chizuru's tendency to overthink and her worries are tolerated. From the outside, it might seem like she's putting on airs, but it's precisely because she trusts Kazuya's words that she can fully immerse herself in her worries like this. In a way, this is another aspect of her dependency on Kazuya. I guess she is somewhat... They do have a codependent issue, so there is some truth to that. There's a tad bit of codependency. In particular, I've explained with Kazuya, there's this issue with him where he's weighed by his love. So when Ruka questions his love, he falls the fuck apart. His identity is defined by his love, so his love literally falls the fuck apart. His love, who he is quite literally dependent on Chizuru. In contrast, Chizuru seems like she's dependent on Kazuya, but rather it's her actions, who she is dependent on him because she can't be herself because of how he's acting. So literally, they do have a codependent issue. Where Chizuru cannot act because of what Kazuya is doing, and Kazuya literally, Kazuya's entire being is weighed on his love of Chizuru. So, yes, there is a codependent issue, but I just don't fully agree with the full nature of how they're describing it. But the fact that she's been able to envision her ideal future with Kazuya despite overthinking everything means Kazuya already won, doesn't it? Oh my god, they're saying the already won bullshit. They're saying the already won bullshit. People like her usually get left behind because they chase ideals too hard, but she has someone who will let her pursue them, and she can project her ideals onto him. That's literally not what she's doing. Chizuru is not projecting her ideals onto him. She doesn't want these ideals. If that's the case, she's already reaching the ideal standard, so she cleared a pretty high hurdle. It was okay. Okay. Oh, please tell me Reddit is a shit show. I'm gonna bet Reddit is a shit show. I'm gonna call it right now. Reddit is a shit show. I'm debating continuing Kingdom Hearts today because I want to finish it. Resident Evil 9 comes out on Friday. I would only have tomorrow to stream. And then I could try to finish Thursday. I don't know if I should try to finish it Thursday or if I should try to finish it today or tomorrow. I'm not sure. Feel free to... Here, I'll just make a little thing. Finish KH today. Oh. When? Question mark. Today. Tomorrow. Thursday. Finish Kingdom Hearts when? Okay. Do you plan on doing any side stuff? If so, you may need more time. What do you, I'm gonna try. I'm mostly focusing on just finishing Kingdom Hearts. I just want to finish it right now. The side stuff can come back later. Yeah, okay. So literally they're missing the point. It's literally in front of them. They're literally missing the point. Chizuru does want to just date. She said as much. Okay, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Chizuru is stalling things more for practicality than anything, to be honest. I don't think she's lying to Minnie, but it feels like she's keeping some things to herself that'll eventually tell to Kazuya. To me, it seems like she's explaining Minnie her thought process, which led to her waiting for so long, without stating the obvious out loud. Chizuru already has her answer. No, she doesn't. She had it since forever, and she gave it to Minnie the previous chapter. And she has the answer that she would date him, and she wants to date him, but she can't pick that answer. She wouldn't accept another date after the rejection, kiss, and what happened with Umi if she wasn't sure of her feelings. She's not sure of her... You're conflating two fucking things. Chizuru wanting to date him does not mean Chizuru figured out her feelings. Those are two completely different things, and people are not noticing that. It is actually quite impressive that they're not fucking noticing that. Those are two completely different fucking things. Okay. Her reasoning in this chapter basically confirms that. All of this is why I think Chizuru is simply fixing some stuff and freeing herself from making things official, starting to date Kazuya in the best condition possible. Love the chapter cover. Well, you're right on the money on the Is practicality the right term, but isn't that the other way around? Is she stuck trying to make this work perfectly, like some kind of idyllic love and relationship? I agree with the rest. I feel that's the correct term at this point in the story because I think she's said to Minnie is what she thinks to lead to this rejection. After the kiss, Chizuru really started focusing on real issues like Umi, the kiss. I understand that. No. She's literally describing an ideal. It's not practicality. She's literally describing an ideal. What the fuck are you on about? I feel like something is going to make this not happen. Not sure what yet. Perhaps Reiji has made me too cynical. There's always Ruka, now more than ever. We literally ignored Ruka. Ruka was like right there. I can't help but see the resemblance to Kazi and Chizuru in them. All the biggest takeaway from this chapter feels to me that she does want to love him with all her heart before they get into relationship dating, and is taking it very seriously. Maybe too serious to Minnie's point. But the final page not seen that she's already in love, like it's waiting for the grandma to tell her. Let's see. I simply can't. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna read you this shit, and this is the kind of shit I fucking despise. This is what illiterate dipshits look like. For just a little longer, let me take my reader's kindness. Reiji Miyajime. I simply can't. Yes, let's project what the character said onto the writer. As if the character quite literally represents the writer. Yes, that's how that fucking works, you illiterate idiot. Sorry, I get so mad at these kinds of things. It irritates the ever-living crap out of me. Let's just say this is what the writer is saying in his writing. Yes, that's what the writer is saying. Fuck off. The writer doesn't owe you anything. Eat shit. We had a little longer, right? What was the last time she said that? Oh, right, 150 chapters ago. In the timeline, what, a month and a half passed? Minnie's question really resonates with me and actually going to be properly name her feelings. Honestly, this chapter made me lose hope. That last page, Chizuru is in love. Completely in love. You can see it. The moment she's alone, she's inevitably thinks back to the kiss, blushing. You're lying, Chizuru. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to Minnie. You're lying to Umi. You're lying to Kazuya. You love him. She's not lying to herself. Kazuya's lying to himself. No, it's really that simple. Kazuya is lying to himself. Chizuru is not lying to herself. She literally doesn't know what she's experiencing. It's actually that straightforward. She quite literally does not know what she's experiencing. It's that straightforward. She doesn't know if this correlates to love because her idea of love is shouting it out loud. She's not lying to herself. No. And that's why I'll never find the answer, because you're waiting to reach a stage you've already reached. You're correct on that front. She's trying to reach a stage she's already reached, so she'll never find the answer. Correct. Except you can find the answer if you reach a different stage. What's that stage? Oh, intimacy. Intimacy. So sure, make way a little longer. He'll wait that sure. What do you even to lose? I'm lost. Why does Reishi insist on one hand on constantly showing us Chizuru thinking about the kiss and blushing like a tomato, at the same time making her incapable of saying she's in love with Kazuya? It makes no sense. Have you considered she doesn't see what you're seeing? Nobody seems to process that. Have you considered she's literally not seeing what you're seeing? She literally looks in the mirror and does not see what other people see. Kibe looks at her and can just tell from her face she's in love. She looks in that same exact mirror, sees that same exact face, and cannot see it. I may get ridiculed for it, but I think something big is coming that will make Chizuru find her feelings, something that could potentially take Kazuya away from her for good. It's the opposite. The way this arc is structured, the Ruka thing, blah, 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 there's nothing that will change the status quo in her feelings. It could be a drag on forever. Something big and dramatic needs to happen for her to realize that life is short and she needs to cling to people she loves. It's literally Kazuya. What you're describing is literally Kazuya. I'm sorry. You have completely mischaracterized Chizuru. You're missing the fucking point. Reiji's gonna pull that rug from underneath your feet in such an effective fashion, considering literally everybody seems to think this. The more people think like this, the more I'm sure Reiji is succeeding in what he's writing. The more I see this, the more I'm sure Reiji is succeeding in what he's writing. I'm starting to think it's a double bomb. The Ruka bomb goes off and causes a clash between Chizuru and Kazuya that on the outside makes it seem like they'll never get together, but in a way helps to really clear up what's important to them and really things they need to confront. But I also get the feeling that there's a separate bomb that was laid a while ago but is being brought to the forefront here, because Ruka was deliberately avoided as a topic here, but the issue of not dating or confirming feelings remains despite that. So it's like laying a trap even after Chizuru confronted losing Kazuya. Chizuru... What I don't understand is this idea that Chizuru's feelings are going to magically change when she starts to lose Kazuya, because she already tried to lose Kazuya multiple times. In fact, she wanted to end the relationship initially and she hated it, but she was going to do it. She rejected him knowing full well he would move on, or he may move on, having rejected him, and still, like, I don't get it. 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 Could this be Kazuya's grandfather? Maybe he has got the eyebrows. Minnie met up with Chizuru in the intention to hack her system, but what's interesting is that in the end, it was actually Chizuru who managed to break through Minnie's defenses without even trying. Minnie didn't come to debate abstract ideas about justice or love, and yet she allowed herself to get carried away by the flow. So she spoke to him. She spoke to him like a real friend, forgetting not so secret diary for a brief instant. Minnie didn't speak to her like a friend. Well, let's continue. The conversation about their differing perspectives once again highlights how much pressure Chizuru puts on herself. Her shoulders are far too narrow to bear the weight she insists on carrying. Kazuya has often mentioned how small and fragile she looks whenever she allows herself to be vulnerable. She's constantly torn between I don't want to bother him, which could mean I don't want him to hate me, but it feels good to be with him. She frames the inner struggle as justice versus ideal. Also, Minnie shows her here that even though she hasn't responded to Kazuya's feelings are hers, and despite the harsh words she once said at university, she's still there. As readers, it's not surprising, but for Chizuru, it means a lot because if Minnie is still there, it's probably her master's will behind it. Something about that is weird. A good chapter to make it clear to all the readers why Chizuru rejected him in Odaiba, and now she keeps acting the way she is. I feel like this was all clear, but never been said straightforward. Anyway, Chizuru is saying to wait a little longer. Makes me think that we'll have to wait even some more years, IRL, until the final date. Yeah, you guys don't get it. Yeah, so shocking. Reddit doesn't seem to fucking get it. All right. Reminds me of my past relationship. I went to the perfect love, one where we both are extremely passionate about each other, almost never fighting, aligned to each other's goals, and grew old together. In short, something might see in movies or shows. Actually, it's really interesting. It's really interesting we're talking about this idea of a perfect love. Why? Why is that so fascinating? So fascinating. Chapter 248. What would you say is the perfect marriage? What would your perfect marriage be like? I wonder. What about you? Well, super lovey-dovey all the way to the grave, Like never having a single fight or disagreement. By super, I mean super, super duper. Sure does seem like a perfect ideal, doesn't it? Sure seems like a perfect ideal, doesn't it? Lovey-dovey, huh? I see. That's good, I suppose. How many points was that? This is before Minnie ever mentioned anything about a point system. Kazuya's already trying to get him some points. But I feel like that's not quite it. Even people who are married were once strangers at some point. It's impossible their values would be the same. There's no perfect human being. There will be fights, and there will be things they don't like about each other. But if they can turn around and laugh about it 2 seconds later, that's the kind of marriage I'd like to have. They need to fight. It's all setting up for a fight. There's going to be a fight. They need to have a fucking fight. I'll make that my ideal too. As of now, that's what I want too. The hell is that? Are you crazy? Where is your sense of individuality? He literally is giving up who he is for others. Even though it's a good thing, he's giving up what he wants for others because he doesn't know what he wants. I'll remember this day my whole life. Mizuhara's history, I could feel it etched into her home. While I was there, I felt like I could almost see how she lived her life to that point. I want to get close to her. I want to be by her side. I want to live together with her. It was enough to make me think all of these things. And they come home and stop living together, only to start living together. I stalled the relationship so much just to be extremely sure about her because I don't want to hurt her and myself, as I know I will fall deep in love and she'll lose interest or change in the futures. I might never recover from it. Except Chizuru's the flip. Chizuru is the one who's afraid she's going to fall out of love. But I forgot life is an experience and you learn every day. We made an act out of my personality was her getting along with someone else. I think this will happen to Chizuru as well. The threat of losing Kazuya will make... Again, they keep thinking the threat of losing Kazuya is what will make her act. No. You're fucking misunderstanding the point. No, it's not Chizuru, it's Kazuya. This is why I can't get why anyone will watch her apart. She's constantly making mountains out of molehills, and it's just annoying at best and mentally draining at worst. She's not trying to. She literally wants to date. I'm not going to get into this again. I don't understand this manga anymore. Yeah, you don't. Congrats. Reishi got you. It's obviously supposed to be Chizuru's grandparents. This could be her future. Chizuru and Kazuya. Blah, 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 blah. Very careful person and closed her heart, but once this kind of person opens up, they become the most vulnerable humans and there's love and care about them around them, also love and hope. Devoid that will never be open to her and truly who they're liking building while around them. So. Chizuru is not trying to close her heart. She's literally trying to open herself up, and people miss it. The question in chapter 4 for you will ever be onto her heart. One Piece is being heavily revealed right now in terms of chapters. I say this will become a couple where they both feel the same way around each other on chapter. What do you guys say? Okay, whatever. Did Varicus not write anything? Did Varicus not write anything? That's surprising. I thought Varicus would for sure say something. Huh. But yeah, wouldn't you know it, I was correct about how people would interpret this chapter. Literally is going to continue to frame Chizuru as the villain. It's going to continue to frame Chizuru as the villain. By the way, when Chizuru says she's taking advantage of Kazuya's kindness, the equivalent of kindness in Japanese is yasashisa. It's marked with those small dots next to it. What does that mean? What does that what does that mean? What? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is what I think this is what you just described, or am I? This is where Chizuru says that, but I don't see that kanji. How can these people not see what's in front of them? When you look in a mirror, what do you see? You see yourself. Most people, when they interact with literature, what they do is they just want to, they just see themselves. Most people, when they interact with literature, they just see themselves and they just want to see their own confirmation bias of what they believe is happening. Most people don't know how to truly interact with media and look outside of themselves. I think a lot of people are very much trapped in this trap. They're stuck in their own confirmation bias. I'm going to read what G said really quick just to try and find it. I think it's a way to emphasize the words emotionally. Page 15. Isn't this it? Isn't this it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. Oh, right here? Is that, or no, that's not it. The pain of not knowing how to read Japanese. Or do you, oh, you mean this? No, that's not it either. I have no idea where I'm looking. I have no idea where I'm looking. I'm sorry, G. Do you want to like send it to me on Discord? Do you want to like send it to me on Discord? Just tell me when you sent it so I'll know. Rather than intimacy, I think the next stage is to recognize the previous stage could just be feeling heard. Well, I think the next stage would be like getting into a fight and like really opening up. But one sec. Kazuya also lied about how many kids he wants because that didn't work with mommy. He needs to be himself, but he can't see it. He can't be himself. He needs to, but he can't. He literally can't be himself. Funny how Minnie also says, what a rabbit hole in this chapter as well, when she was saying she may be too good for Kazuya. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's really funny she refers to it as a rabbit hole because she's literally wearing rabbit clothing. Kazuya was wearing rabbit undies. It makes you question, who's the rabbit? Who is the rabbit? Is it Minnie and Kazuya, the lonely little rabbits in their holes in their dens? Or is it Chizuru? Minnie calls Chizuru a rabbit hole, and yet she herself is probably more of a rabbit. Now, I do wonder if she actually said the words rabbit hole. I do wonder if she actually said that in the Japanese. Yeah, what a rabbit hole. I think that's what. Okay. No. So right here, what she's trying to say is that that when you when you get into a rabbit hole, you get horny as fuck because rabbits are the horniest animals. Yes, that's what she's saying. That's what she's saying. Yeah, that's what she's saying. Okay. No, it's Minnie being horny. It's Minnie being horny. It's a trap. You're trapped in the rabbit hole. You're horny as fuck for her. Like, look at this. Look at this. Goddamn. But you'll notice, but it's really interesting how Kazuya talks about Chizuru's exterior versus how Minnie talks about her exterior. Right? There's a whole lot more lust with Minnie. Whereas with Kazuya, like, it's not just lust, it like he actually sees her. Handsome, come, open your heart. Okay. I'm gonna pull up something I also wrote. So I started writing this other thing the other day. Google Docs. Come, open your heart. Not this one. Oh, geez, I really gotta fucking organize this shit. My shit's so unorganized. Okay, not that one, not that one. This one? Question? Hmm. Crap baskets. I had to go and organize my shit in the stupidest fucking ways. That's the wrong one. You. Okay, wait. How to search words? I sent it in Discord. Okay, I'll check in a sec. Search words on Google Docs. Control F. Okay. Control F. Identity. Okay. So this is the part I wrote. I wrote this thing. Okay. So bear with me for a sec. I'm gonna read you this. Well, actually, wait. Before I do that, let me see what G wrote. So G sent something on. Yeah. So what does that mean? So what does this mean? This little thing. What does it mean? You said it's adding emphasis to the words emotionally. Like how so? Get better taste and read Vinland Saga. Dude, you guys are all the same. Vinland, Death Note. Okay, Death Note's garbage. Death Note's kind of garbage. Freeman's okay. And Vinland's all right. Vinland's pretty good. Read Death Note Death Note aged like shit. So much, literally. Ayo, let's worship this murderer who doesn't kill the evil elites, but kills just street criminals. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, let's worship the dude with a fucking god complex. These people are hilarious. They just pop in. They think they got good fucking taste. And that's the funny thing. Frieren is the closest out of all of these to having like an actual romance. Like out of all of these, Frieren's the only one that actually has like a romance. Vinland Saga doesn't really so much have romance. Death Note doesn't fucking have romance. Frieren is like the closest thing to having romance. Why would you give me those recommendations? That's idiotic. Hey, yo, recommend me romance at the very least. If you're going to be that fucking, like, condescending and annoying about it, if you're going to think that elitist about it, fucking recommend me an actual romance, idiot. Why the fuck are you coming in here and telling me my taste in romance is shit when you clearly don't know shit about romance? Get the fuck out. God, look at me screaming about these idiots. Oh, what's this? The manga panel still doesn't work. What do you mean? What manga panel? I'm confused. Who even is this? Manga panel? What? Oh yeah, Reiji didn't like Kaguya. Did he ever say that? I don't recall Reiji ever saying he disliked Kaguya. I do not recall Reiji saying he ever disliked Kaguya. One thing I noticed is the contrast between Sumi's influence and Mami's coercion. Rewind to the cheer update. Sumi essentially told Kazuya to support Chizuru in her time of need. She never once told him how, but encouraged him that he could do it. Minnie, on the other hand, you meant Minnie. Minnie, on the other hand, during the practice day, she's been doing this from the beginning, turned into a terms of condition types of affair, a series of checklists, if you will. If Kazuya can open up to Sumi, she can be the voice of reason he needs since 385 and so many chapters prior. However, Sumi may surprise us with giving Kazuya tough love about how he's been dealing with things. Minnie only leads him down dead ends. And yeah, and Minnie is literally toxic positivity. Minnie is literally toxic positivity. That's why I was saying, like, I think Sumi could possibly like start positive, but then possibly end negative, a necessary negativity. Minnie only leads him down dead ends. Minnie unintentionally sabotages the practice state. It should never happened. Let's not forget Kazuya never practiced the cheer up date and look at how it ended. Yeah. Yeah. Um okay. So sorry. I think Reiji uses those dots to imply something else about the word, but I'm not sure. We'd probably ask Mute or other Japanese readers to confirm. So okay, let me double check where this is actually. It's right here. Okay, so that's why I couldn't see it. Um let's see. Oh. Oh shit. Okay, 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 okay. So this is what Sayuri says here. I think it's something like most things don't have answers. Feeling doubt each day, feeling troubled, anguish, but even so, continuing to reflect, think about, contemplate is the only honest thing about life. It's a bit difficult to translate, so I'm not sure if what I wrote is correct. Here's the different adjectives used if you want: hesitation, bewilderment, troubles, worries, distraught, honest, sincere, faithful. By the way, the editor's note of the last page, the verb I translated as to think is the same one that Sayuri is using. It's maybe intentional. Oh. Okay, so time out. So the final page, right here, the editor says, though she doesn't have her answer yet, the only thing to do now is to think and think. To think, think. Sayuri says, most things don't have answers, feeling doubt each day, feeling troubled anguish, but even so, continuing to reflect, think about, contemplate is the only honest thing about life. So there may not be an answer. There are things that don't have answers, but we have to think and contemplate. We have to reflect. I think that's reflect seems like a better word. More so than just simply to think. Reflect seems like the more correct word. I think Chizuru is reflecting, which makes a lot more sense because you literally see a reflection in the glass. Yeah, we have to constantly continue to reflect on our choices. Yeah, it's about making, is the word choice All right. On the Discord, I still don't see manga discussion tab. Huh? Wait, what? It should be there. It's this thing. Do you guys not see this? Wait, I'm confused. Do you guys not see this? If you can't see it or something, like, tell me. Like, send me a thing so I see. So, because this is the manga discussion tab. It should be there. You can't see this? Varicus and G seem to have access to it. You have to do the welcome stuff to gain full access to the channel. Welcome to the server. Appreciate your support. Respect each other. Toxicity clause. What do you have to do? I have welcome Reiji tracker. Is there something else you got to do? Oh, what? You get full access to the server by agreeing to these rules. Oh. How do you get... Okay, what do you got to do to agree? Hit the check mark. Oh. Hit the check mark. You fools. Hit the check mark, you fools. Hit the check mark. Hit the check mark. Hit it. Hit the fucking check mark. Okay. Yep, I got it. Thanks. Okay, good. Good. I have that listed now so people know. I don't know if the current Discord chat is set up. I'll try to make a new one. Here, I'll make a new link. I'll link it in the thingamajig here. Invite to server. Edit link. Infinite. Generate a link. Copy. I'll place it here first off. For anyone who's interested in joining the Discord, here you go. Pin message. And then I will also go to stream settings, edit, and I'll add it in there. All right, save. All righty, welcome, bitches. All right. Okay, so I was gonna read something. Seems fate that Discord may be postponing the ID checks because they dropped the AI service. I heard something about late 26th instead of next month. We'll see. We don't really know. I just know they got a fuck ton of crap for it. And it's stupid. It's incredibly fucking stupid. It's literally just a way to monitor and control people. Like, that's all it is. We're literally run by fascists. What else was there? Oh, okay. So I'll just read what I was gonna write. don't fall for government control. I mean, yeah. Okay. I'm checking with Crumpy if that means anything. But anyways. So, no, not anarchy. Anarchy's not the answer. Don't be stupid. Anarchy's not the answer. Okay. So, I wrote this before. I wrote a little bit of this. I expanded on it, so I'll continue expanding. I'll continue like with the full read through. So I described before that what Reishi's kind of trying to do right now is essentially decoupling the relationship aspect from Kazuya's work. Kazuya's love for Chizuru is an extension of himself, and without that piece, he loses who he is. The best example is how Ruka questions if Kazuya would do with Chizuru, would do it with Chizuru right now. So you guys remember when Kazuya was talking to Ruka in chapter 405, Ruka literally questions him. She's just like, would you do it with Chizuru right now? If you can't, maybe you don't love her as much as you think, right? She literally asks him that right here, like, oh, let's see, do you think you could want to do it to have sex with Chizuru right now? I've heard about it. Have guys finish their business. They don't feel like these kinds of urges anymore. She's in shadows. She doesn't get it. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Then maybe, right, he's like, still, how do you expect me to respond to that right now? Then I guess you don't love her as much as you think after all. So, the thing here is that what it's kind of trying to show you is that if, the best example is how when Ruka questions if Kazuya would have sex with Chizuru right now, and if he doesn't want to, then he must not love her as much as he thinks. You can see his confidence literally starting to crumble. Like, just look at this man's face. When the legitimacy of Kazuya's love is questioned, his sense of self is questioned. And this is incredibly ironic because all Kazuya is judged by and seen for is his love, whether by the readers or even female characters around him. They don't see him, they just see his love and want that love for themselves, which is incredibly ironic because Kazuya is starting to fall into that exact trap with Chizuru. Because of the reader's literal judge of the quality of Kazuya's character merely by how love appears to them, merely by how his love appears to them. 1 second, it's the worst thing ever. The next, it's the greatest. In this case, it's the worst thing ever because, oh my god, how could you let Ruka do this to you? I thought you loved Chizuru. That's all they see Kazuya for, his love. In contrast, when he is very loyal to Chizuru and very serious and cares about her, that's all they see, how loyal and serious he is. Then, when his love does not achieve the results they hope for, they question Chizuru. No one sees the characters, merely the love they desire from them. It's a question of the very audience themselves and what they even desire from love or romance stories. Do they desire a partner to share their life with, or merely their affection? Do they recognize their relationship is more than feeling love, but actually deeply rooted in our identity and who we are? This is about forming a bond and continuously working on that bond, not merely putting in effort to things that don't matter or arguably make things worse. That we need to actually talk about with our partner, communicate, share our time, not self-sabotage in our unwillingness to face ourselves. This all seems to fly clear over many readers' heads. None of them seem to register this despite it being in plain view. Almost as if they're inserting their own identity into the story and attempting to force their love onto it, defining it by their love and not who the characters are. It is like forcing conformity, forcing the characters to fit the mold that readers define as love, and the story refuses to play by these rules. If the readers could see this, they would see what is happening. This clash between love and identity is central. You love someone because of who they are, right? For the traits that make up their identity, whether it be negative or positive. But if you judge something solely on love and not identity, is that really love? Flipping it is the same. Judging someone solely based on identity and not love, then is that really knowing someone? This directly connects to society and our needs to fit in, but also how hyper-individualism can result in the same thing as hyper-collectivism, how we can lose who we are in our need to conform, but also how we lose our love and those we love in our extreme prioritization of ourselves. 412 hits at these two extremes, but also their opposites. Kazuya is hyper-collectivist right now, while trying to form his own identity. In so doing, he has no idea who or what he is, let alone what he wants besides Chizuru. This is mirrored by Mami. She cannot see herself merely her love. She appears very individualistic and focused, In reality, she is very love-driven and has no focus on identity. Thus, she does not see herself as Kazuya sees her, just as Kazuya does not see himself as Mami sees him. Minnie and Chizuru are flipped. Minnie is hyper-individualistic while searching for conformity. Chizuru, in contrast to Kazuya, has all the weight placed on reciprocating his feelings rather than what she can give him, as though her presence is enough, that her identity is so fucking perfect, her love does not matter. All her weight is purely on her identity, surface-level identity, and thus, when Chizuru's love is questioned, she can't even argue, because she was never helped to find out why she is good for him. Thus, she questions if she is even in love. That is why Chizuru questions why she's in love, because her love is literally never questioned. Her identity is. Kazuya is the flip. His identity does not fucking matter at all. All that is questioned is his love. That is it. You define Kazuya by his love, and you define Chizuru by her identity. You do not see anything else. You don't care for anything else. Why do you think Kazuya, literally, what happens with Minnie in this chapter? What straight up happens with Minnie in this chapter? She's literally is envious of Kazuya being with Chizuru because she views Chizuru on such a surface level. She's so perfect. She's so perfect, she envies Kazuya and wants to be with Chizuru. In contrast, when she's with Kazuya, she questions Chizuru's love and identity. Right? She literally questions how serious Chizuru is. It's almost like the entire weight of the relationship is placed on Chizuru's identity and how perfect she fucking is, whereas with Kazuya, the entire weight of the relationship is placed on his love and what he can give. None of the weight of giving is placed on Chizuru, and none of the weight of identity is placed on Kazuya. Because Kazuya's identity doesn't matter. All he's good for is giving love. This is a big thing when it comes to how gender roles reinforce like patriarchal norms. Yes, we're going to talk about that. With men, what gender norms tend to do, where when you enforce gender roles onto people, what it does for men is that the men are givers. The men are the people the breadwinners. They're the ones who have to provide, right? Whereas the woman is the service. Her presence is what matters, nothing else. See how when you break it down to its base issues, it literally roots itself in patriarchal misogyny. It literally roots itself in fucking misogyny when you break it down to its most basic roles. And misogyny is absolutely the issue here. You just don't realize it, and misogyny absolutely applies to men too. Yes, misogyny hurts men too. And you literally see that in how Kazuya is almost being forced into a provider role instead of just recognizing, ayo, your identity matters too. You don't gotta just fucking provide. Who you are matters too. But guess what? Minnie actively reinforces to Kazuya, his identity does not matter. He needs to get rid of his identity and become a provider. Isn't that literally what Minnie is doing? Ayo, change your hair. Right? Kazuya changed his hair. Doesn't even comment on that. Doesn't matter. Kazuya changed a part of his identity. Minnie never even mentions it. Never says a word about it. It does not matter. She tells him to clean up, get buff, get a job, have a perfect fucking confession. Who he is. She's literally erasing his identity. His identity does not matter. Only his love does. In contrast, all she sees with Chizuru is her identity. She doesn't see any of her love, any of her feelings. Her feelings, in fact, don't matter. Just date him. Your feelings don't fucking matter. Just date him. Your presence is all that matters. What you can give him doesn't matter at all. What you can provide doesn't matter at all. Minnie reinforces societal views and that she needs on Kazuya and Chizuru. Exactly. She's literally enforcing societal views. And what did Chizuru say in the date? She literally hates these societal views. That is why Minnie can't help Chizuru. She's literally actively reinforcing societal views onto these characters, forcing Kazuya to be a provider and forcing Chizuru to be of service. Or sorry, forcing Chizuru to just be there, not really do anything. Just date him. Don't worry about morals. Don't worry about right and wrong. Just fucking date him. And they don't realize how enforcing these roles is causing these issues. In enforcing these societal roles onto these characters, you're causing these issues. And if you and for anyone who's like seeing this randomly and like randomly popping in and saying, "Oh, Reishi doesn't fucking discuss this," bitch, I got news for you. I'm gonna pull this up. I always need to pull this up because people, whenever you talk about whenever you talk about society and views and things like patriarchy and misogyny and these things, people don't believe you. They're like, this is not in the manga. They're just like, you're being political. You're just being political. You're inserting woke shit into my manga. Japan doesn't fucking talk about any of this shit. Sorry to tell you, you're stupid as shit. You don't know how to fucking read, and you don't want to interact with politics because politics don't impact you unless it makes you a little uncomfortable. Ooh, you're sorry, little heart. Ooh, I'm so sorry. Politics made you a little uncomfortable. Ooh. I've been removing my filter more and more. Please understand. I've been removing my filter more and more. Please understand. I've been kind of done holding the fuck back. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. If this is not telling you, ayo, society issues be the fucking discussion in this manga, I don't know what is. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together. Kazuya doesn't get this. All he's done is do it alone. He's literally trapped in societal norms. Kazuya is literally trapped in collectivist societal norms. He doesn't get it. I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. Kazuya doesn't get it. All he's done is work on it on his own. He's never received love. This is what Chizuru is saying. I want to give you love. He's never received love, so he doesn't get it. He's never received like love from someone other than family and friends, so he just doesn't get it. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. That is Chizuru's entire journey as a character. That is what you're not seeing. That is literally what you're not seeing. You're not seeing the truth in front of your eyes. That is what Chizuru wants to do. She just wants to give him love. She doesn't think she is. She doesn't think she has love to give. She thinks she's not giving him anything when she's been giving him a lot. And she doesn't recognize that. Why? Because Kazuya never seems like he's getting anything from her. He never seems like he's getting anything from her. Chizuru is the one struggling because she's literally she wants to be a provider. That's literally what she wants. She wants to provide. All he's done is provide for her. She literally wants to provide for him. And there's no better example than the collectivist thing with Kazuya than in chapter 382. This chapter encapsulates this fucking perfectly. Oh no, sorry, chapter 381, my bad. Look at this spread. Not a single person here has a face. Nobody here has a face. Yep, the train panel. Nobody here has a face, including Kazuya. He too became faceless. He too lost who he is. He's literally gone. He's disappeared. He literally just became nothing more than one of the faceless masses. And when did this happen? When did that scene that I just showed you happen? When Kazuya's love didn't matter. He lost his identity when his love didn't matter. He's literally defined by what he can provide, not who he is. That is the issue. Kazuya constantly thinks his love doesn't mean anything. Chizuru, in contrast, doesn't want to just not give anything. She's purely defined by her identity and existence. Nothing else matters. Isn't that literally what everyone tells Chizuru? Kazuya's lucky to be with you. She feels alienated by this. She doesn't agree with this. She wants to give him something. Then that would prove she's in love. That she's able to give him something. That she's able to give and support. That would prove she's in love. That she can give him something. If she can't give him anything, does she really love him? Do you see the issue? That's why every single thing Chizuru tries to do is give. She's trying to be a provider. Kazuya is trying to be loved for who he is, but he's being transformed into a provider. Part of a whole. Oh my god, it's literally part of the ship, part of the crew. Pirates of the Caribbean, part of the ship, part of the crew. Lose who you are. 382, maybe? Doop, 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 doop. Boop, boop. Oh, 381, my bad. It sat with the emotions rather than countering them immediately. It let the disappointment and emptiness sink in, visually reflected in Kazuya losing his face amongst the crowd of faceless people. The chapter then goes into a walking home from different stations than usual, and you wouldn't know it. It brings them back together, like fate, like destiny came calling. The story isn't over yet. In fact, now is when it all flips on its head. While streaming, we realized that we didn't understand the whole saga at all. We didn't see Chizuru. We didn't understand the meaning of her questions, her expressions, or her actions. Many would turn to Yamori for an answer, but Yamori, she is a reflection of us. Even now, I was saying Minnie was a reflection of us and she's just AI. I wrote this shit on June 17th. Dude, June 17th. That's when Kazuya is meeting Sumi. This is fate. Minnie says and does what we want to happen. She pushes the characters together. She wants them to date. She ships Kazuya and Chizuru. But what if the shipping is exactly what's caused the issue? What if because we pushed them into this so much, it created bias that got us here? What is this bias, you might be asking? What do you mean? Well, it's simple. After Kazuya and Chizuru met up again, Chizuru invited Kazuya into her home, opened up about her loneliness and her feelings. She let him in. There were no walls, only vulnerability, true weakness. But what happens here? Kazuya never actually touches Chizuru. He never physically initiates anything. An earthquake happens and they fall on top of one another, about to kiss again. But they don't. Chizuru blocked it. It was just a reaction. Kazuya, worried, tries to step away. Chizuru stops him. She didn't want him to get up. She didn't mean to stop a kiss. She actually might have wanted one here. She wanted to get back. She wanted to take back that moment, to undo her mistake. But she's afraid, so she makes an excuse. She shouldn't force him to do anything. She doesn't see that Kazuya was mad horny here. She never actually notices this, and doesn't know how she felt either. They don't see each other here at all. This is contrasted when they talk about their ideal marriage on the way home. In the talk, Kazuya gives a vague, perfect answer. No fights, just lovey-dovey to the grave. It's silly and unrealistic. It's not even what he actually thinks. Chizuru, in contrast, is more grounded, knowing they might fight, but hoping they'll laugh about it 2 seconds later. Kazuya chooses to make this his ideal too. He loves this idea. He agrees and wants a future like that. They seemingly share the same values now, despite Kazuya seemingly adopting Chizuru's idea. But this is interesting. Isn't this similar to the date questions? In the date, Chizuru asks Kazuya similar questions, but the result is a little different. Kazuya kinda can't answer. He has restrictions in place. Certain parts of his answers are missing, created because Chizuru sees Kazuya's love as selfless, trying to remove selfishness from hers. And again, something similar occurs. Kazuya wants to hold her, kiss her, connect with her. He loves her outside, her inside, her weakness, her strength, everything. But Chizuru said that's not it, so he can't say that. It's a flawed question because her perspective is flawed. But at the same time, Kazuya knows what he wants, so you should just fucking say it. You literally see his identity not being present. He doesn't counter her flawed perspective. You literally see how he doesn't have his own fucking identity. He doesn't counter her flawed perspective because he doesn't have an identity of his own. His love is literally being questioned. When his love is questioned, he is questioned. He can't do anything. What's happening here? If you go back to the Capitation Saga, what was Kazuya been like then? Selfless, respectful, considerate, to the point of hurting himself. Heck, the dude even refuses to get horny in her home. He goes to a DVD store to let it out. Kazuya keeps hiding his bad side, his horny side, his desires. He doesn't express his love unless prompted, unless Minnie creates a scenario for him. Chizuru knows he loves her, but this love feels completely selfless. He's too gentlemanly. There's no bad sight from anything. In reality, it's showing how Chizuru feels like she can't give him anything. He's not being honest with her. Kazuya was also very against living together when it was first brought up by Minnie, who outed his feelings to Chizuru without any consideration for how he might feel. Heck, even in her actual home, he's so defensive about not bothering her, she creates a billion boundaries for him. Kazuya is being respectful to a fault, actually sent a wrong signal to Chizuru that his love is completely unconditional, that he desires nothing in return, that he doesn't want to live with her in the same physical space. Oh. Chizuru feels physical desire for Kazuya. She wants things. Her love is not unconditional. She has desires and feelings that aren't just selfless. This connects to her answer about the kiss. Why she was also horny as hell when she kissed Kazuya. So bad she almost lost it. The desire is actually viewed by the characters as bad. For Kazuya and Chizuru, Kazuya feeling lust for Chizuru is bad, and Chizuru feeling lust for Kazuya is bad. So they never express it. They hide it, even to the point of not even touching on the date. They never hold hands. Before the date, in chapter 2, Curry told him to, do things. In the date, they go drinking. Right? Chizuru's friend said if they go drinking, something could happen. In the end, they go drinking. Chizuru asks what they're doing after this. After heavily implying she wants to be his girlfriend, Kazuya gets cold feet, but Chizuru doubles down. She wants to go to the place where couples go, a romantic spot where they can kiss and more. When they get there, look how Chizuru is smiling. Does this look like someone who's about to turn someone down? She even talks about how her perspective on the Statue of Liberty feels different even after 7 time. Girl is giddy right now. Things are great. But this changes a little. When they see the couples making out, Kazuya creates distance to make her feel comfortable. But I thought we came here to get down and dirty. Why is he being so passive about this? And then they finally reach the most romantic spot. Kazuya doesn't see that he was hoping for something. Kazuya doesn't see she was hoping for something more. That she was expecting something to happen after they went drinking, went on a couple spot, and then reached a super romantic view perfect for a kiss. He instead thinks it's awkward and tries to leave. This sparks Chizuru to desperately reach out to Kazuya. No, wait, here's a good spot. Please, it has to work out. She wants him to feel the same desire as her. She's even considers telling him here. Heck, she stumbles over her words a lot of times when trying to talk. She considers telling him, but in the end, it feels like it's clear Kazuya is not expressing any sexual desires here. She can't give him anything. Literally, she can't be a provider. How can this be? Kazuya is literally always horny. Literally simple. Look at how from Chizuru's POV, you need to see her side to understand. While we often hear Kazuya's thoughts, he barely shows them. So she feels unworthy of such selfless love. She doesn't deserve it. She can't give him anything. This is because of the expectations we place on the characters, the irony of the words we speak about them. Kazuya being a simp, horny idiot, Chizuru being a gold digger and a whore. Words mommy and others have spoken to these characters before, things personified in Minnie's bias. We, the readers, are the very foil of this story, represented through the expectations of the characters like Minnie, who act on our thoughts, making them do things they don't want to. Minnie telling Kazuya Chizuru is cold and devious. Minnie fighting Chizuru about living together. Didn't all of this shit happen in this chapter? There are expectations and societal expectations. We didn't let the characters be themselves. They needed to live up to our ideas of love. They needed to be good enough. Kazuya a perfect Chad, Chizuru a lovey-dovey girl. But in so doing, we pigeonholed them. Now, all the pretense and expectations disappear. Well, disappeared, but not quite. But yeah. We literally pigeonholed the characters. Okay. I think that's roughly everything I wanted to say. Nobody has commented anything. Let me scroll through Twitter, see if there's anything interesting. Oh, G, if you're still here, Crumpy said that the dots here, I think the dots are there to they're equivalent of when we underline words to make them stand out. It's used a lot in Kanokari. That's when reading the chapters of Kanokari that I looked up, lol. So, what is that word that's being underlined here? What did we say that word was? G said it earlier. Chizuru says she's taking advantage of Kazuya's kindness. The equivalent of kindness in Japanese is this word. It's marked with those small dots. Okay, so Kazuya's kindness is intentionally being highlighted. She says she's taking advantage of Kazuya's kindness, when in reality, Kazuya and Minnie are taking advantage of her kindness. And you don't realize. Chizuru thinks she's taking advantage of his kindness and she's going to keep doing that to find her answer. In reality, they're taking advantage of her. They probably okay, so what's this? Probably extrapolated this from the verb. So there's a verb. Okay, so the verb to so the verb to think is they got that from. How long have we been streaming? Almost 5 hours. So what I might do, what I think I'll do, is I might take a break. I think I'll take a small break. I'll go eat and I'll relax. And I might come back. We can talk a little more about the chapter and then I'll play Kingdom Hearts. How does that sound? How many votes do we have? 29 votes. 28 for tomorrow, or 28% for tomorrow, 31% for Thursday. So I was already thinking of taking a break from the stream, but I think maybe I could. Yeah, I think that's what I might do. So I'm going to take a small break. I'll just start a brand new stream. It'll be purely for Kingdom Hearts. We'll talk a little bit about this chapter, and then we'll get into. I'll try to finish Kingdom Hearts today. So I think that's what I'll do. I am a little tired right now. I'd rather not start right away, but I would like to finish Kingdom Hearts today, since Friday is when Resident Evil 9 comes out, and I want to play it. I want to play Resident Evil 9, dude. I'm excited for that fucking game. I want to play it. Okay. So yeah, it seems like the word to think is very important here, and it's where they came. So let me pull it up. So this is they use this verb. This is the verb they keep using. It reads to think about, to think over, to ponder, to contemplate, to reflect on, to mediate. You must think of your family. To think about others. To consider, to bear in mind, to allow, to take into consideration. It's worthwhile considering It is worthwhile to considering what it is that makes people happy. This is the word that keeps saying. It's literally Chizuru thinking about Kazuya's happiness. To think that, to believe, to hold view, to judge, to conclude. Although we may intend to judge a person on the basis of his or her personal qualities, they are not visible at first sight. To intend to do, to think of doing, to plan. It is difficult planning meals for so many people. To predict, to participate, to come up with, to think about, to contrive, to devise. Yeah, so that is why it's translated as, when Sayuri says it, that's why it's translated as, to think about our difficult choices, right? She says, facing and reflecting on those difficult choices, that's the only honest thing about life. So that's what Chizuru is doing. She's actually like taking the time to think about and make and reflect on her choices and what her choices mean and what she needs to do, right? It's the only true honest thing that she's doing. At least that's how she views it. It's the only true honest thing, to really think about why you're doing what you're doing. Most things don't have answers. Feeling doubt each day, feeling troubled, anguished, but even so, continuing to reflect and think about and contemplate is the only honest thing about life. We have to keep thinking about our choices, essentially. I can see why they said difficult choices. It's you have to think about those choices. To think about why you're doing what you're doing. Okay. So, it's 4 hours and 59 minutes. So, for those who zoom in here. Alrighty. So, I'm going to call it here for now. I'll come back in maybe like 2 hours, maybe. Give me like 2 hours just to relax. Just take it easy for a little bit, and I'll come back. So maybe 2 o'clock. I'll come 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Maybe that's when I'll come back, and we'll just do like a whole other stream. We'll just continue. And we'll try to finish Kingdom Hearts. I would like to finish Kingdom Hearts today. We gotta fucking finish this game so I can like focus on other things and not be distracted. So yeah. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, just hit the like button, bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all the fun stuff. Join the Discord. Consider supporting me on Patreon. I would really appreciate it. It makes my life a lot easier. I'm trying to make more money off YouTube so I can actually keep doing this more and make more videos because I can't make videos because I'm busy. I have a real life job. Anywho, follow me on Twitter for what is it? My analysis. And yeah, that's it. All the fun stuff. Woohoo! See y'all later. Take care. GG's. Bye-bye. RE play on stream. Yeah, I'll play RE9 on stream with you guys. I'm going to be playing RE9 on stream with you guys. I'm not going to play it on my own. I'll play it on my own after. Like, once I play it with you guys first, then I'll play it on my own. But first, I'm going to play it with you guys. So, yeah, you're going to see, like, my pure, honest reactions. Alrighty. See you guys later. Take care. Have a good day.